盛哥有办法应对吗？
有，他有。
那就让他。
那我现在先把声音打开，因为我刚刚都没有开声音，所以 YouTube 就
对，那我讲话应该没影响。
有。Yes。
没有所谓的各种险，
我不能讲话。
是一个像那些的 还有那个镶嵌的东西吗？就是要传给人家看的。对。embed。应该是这个。对。还是他自己。
它是扣，不是。
好。
可以吗？
对。
Acento Romana， 我跟你的哇塞。
好的。OK， 刚才那个链接这个是这一个频道，然后他会给你一个那个你抽，
还是你要连接？
啊，
连接我也给你好了。
你可以直接跟他，直接来传给他。对。
哦。那 WhatsApp。WeChat yeah。好。
这个人上不开人，第一个，然后 reinsurance 再保险，太保险。What should happen to that? You don't have to be.
Welcome to the first Palau Blockchain Summit. This is Elaine Wayne, your host of today and this weekend in Palau. So I would like to invite all of you to stay seated. The first row is reserved for VIP. His Excellency, Mr. President, Chair of the League Union, Commissioner of Finance, Excellency Palau TV, and also distinguished guests, Vitality Gentlemen. So if everybody can find the seats in the back, or anywhere, seat forward too. No, So this event cannot be made possible by the sponsorship of Ripple, Mass Network, Entangle Protocols, FTL, and AAG. And the core organizers are Palau Blockchain Society, Palau Ocean Foundation, Metropolis Global, and Cura, with ecosystem partners tremendous support. That's Engine Starter, Desmo Labs, and Manta Network. We are very fortunate to have all of you to travel across the sea to here to this beautiful island of Palau in the West Pacific, and we cannot wait to hear you sharing the wisdom here. So I will just go through some of the logistics. People who have wristbands, don't lose it, because these wristbands, either pink or blue, will grant your entry to all the site events and main events here. And the bathroom is downstairs. We have tea and coffee. Also, on your desk. I'm waiting for the music. Okay, well, I will have background music then. So, on your desk, you will see a QR code for the house schedule, for the agenda. That's the most current agenda because we have continuously to update because some speakers have some delays and unable to attend and whatnot. So make sure you scan that. And also you can scan that to get the bus schedule and the Wi-Fi passcode there as well. So without further ado, I would like to welcome and introduce the legendary Alan C., who is the advisor of Palau Blockchain Society, to give his opening remark. And this event cannot be made possible without his support. Thank you, Alan.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please stand up and welcome His Excellency President Sir Ramwith Jr. We have a few guests that are just making their way up from the dining room, so give us a few minutes to catch our breath and make sure everybody is here. Then we'll start the program. In the meantime, I just want to recognize Senator Asilius, joining us this morning, the chairman of the Banking and Finance Committee. Thank you, Senator, for joining us this morning. Thank you. While we're kind of waiting for a few minutes, we have our main guest, Vitalik Buterin of Ethereum, which is coming up this way from breakfast. I just want to make some announcements. So first of all, if you would like to join the trip at 4 o'clock today to see the quarry of mining the Yapstone money, the original currencies, you have to register so we know how many of you are going on that trip. And for those who are going on that trip, you will go to the quarry in Irai, in a place called Mutuguri Pool. At 4 o'clock, we depart from the dock. And then from the quarry, the boat will take you directly to the Palau Pacific Resort for the reception at 6:30. And so if you want to wear your shorts or t-shirts, it's okay. We don't have to think about changing and coming back and looking nice tonight. Tonight is a poolside party. It's going to be hosted by our wonderful friend, Rakas. Rakas, could you please rise? I have to warn you, Rakas has been requested that tonight he wants me to offer a traditional chant. I will practice somehow, but if I don't do a good job, don't tell the foreigners that I didn't. See, I mean, Jack, you can help kind of bring our main guest up, so we can recognize him and have him seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to welcome Mr. Vitalik Buterin, co-founder of CEO of Ministerial. Let's welcome him to the round. So we are going to get started with our program. So I would like now to ask my brother, Adalbara Glenn C, to come forward and open our program with a word of prayer. Good morning, President. All right, yes, everyone. I ask that you bow our heads to pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for this beautiful day here in Palau. We thank you for sending people here to bring your blessings to this island and also be blessed with the beauty of your creation. Father, this morning we have this Palau Blockchain Summit, and we just ask for your blessing. Bless the event from the beginning to the end. Keep everybody safe until they get back where they came from. And we're just so grateful that you can bring us together to talk and receive information that are important to our society, our culture, and our people. Thank you, Father, for your love. We praise you and honor you this morning, and I pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Clancy. Mr. President, our program is now officially open. I just want to announce that the program is being broadcasted live to the world, to many Palauans living abroad via YouTube and Facebook. And so we are really hoping that many young people of Palau will listen in and learn about what blockchain is all about. Let me start by welcoming it's a great honor for Palau to have you with us, and thank you for coming from so far, making time to be with us. We're so delighted as well that we will have some private time with our president and the nature of Palau. And it's we hope that if you love our island, you will love its people too. We also want to welcome James Wallace, the Vice President of Ripple Central Bank Department. James, would you please just be. We have many guests with us. We have many guests with us. I just want to recognize a few of them. I won't be able to recognize everybody, but I recognize our Senator Basilius. And again, Senator, thank you for joining us today. We also have a delegate from Palau, Delegate Soal Apply, to join us. lineup of very prominent speakers. We'll hear from Vitalik, we'll hear from His Excellency the President. We really thank you for coming from so many places to join us. This is the first time that the blockchain summit has been organized in Palau, as well as everywhere in Micronesia. So we're very fortunate that we have some friends from the neighbor islands. And I ask the delegations from the CNMI to please stand up so we know they're here. So we've got friends, again, identified with Glenn Hunter. Glenn Hunter in the cyber security, blockchain, internet, anything to do with the technology advisor to the governor of the CNMI. And we are very pleased that they could be here. And we hope they will enjoy Palau as well and enjoy some of the food plots which we really love. And also we have a very honored to have a very good friend and very close to Palau, a senator from Marshall Islands, Senator Paul David, is here with us. Yeah, I think he's making his way up from the stair breakfast, but we will recognize him again when he comes. So, Mr. President, as we open our program today, I've been asked on behalf of as advisor of the Palau Blockchain Society, comprising of many young people, in my capacity as their advisor to welcome everybody. So I couldn't sleep last night thinking about what I was going to say. And then this morning I prayed and then I said, since I prayed, I just get up there and start talking. I don't know what I'll be saying, but I hope you'll be okay. So, you know, the blockchain industry is all new. Several years ago, about a year or so ago, I had the honor and distinction of traveling to Silicon Valley. I met with some noteworthy people, and the president was with us, and some guys came to me and said, Alan, we represent this fund. Oh, by the way, well, let's welcome Senator David Paul, who's just arrived. Let's give him a round of applause. By the way, on the side note, David Paul is the inspiration of blockchain, digital technology for the Marshall Islands. And I keep telling the Palauan senators, if you fall behind, the Marshalls will take off and leave us behind. So we got to work together and succeed together. Right, Senator? Thank you. So in this last 10 years, these funds from very big foundations were talking to me and trying to help Palau with grants for protecting the oceans. As you know, Palau is very well known for its stance on the climate change issues and stance on protecting the oceans and the marine life. And they were sharing with me, we come from foundations like Dell Foundation, Microsoft Foundation. They said, you know, in the past 10 years, the new wealth of the young people of the United States have exceeded the wealth of the wealthy of the last 100 years. And we're talking about companies like Google, we're talking about companies like Microsoft, we're talking about many, many new companies that have become life-changing, game-changing in the industry. And of those companies, we do recognize that Ethereum is one of the leading companies in the world. So we are, as a nation, a young nation, we became independent only October 1, 1994. I had the honor of being a member of the House of Delegates at that time, and I worked side by side with President Whip's father, Surround Whip's junior, senior, and I was able to be asked by then our President Kuniwon Nakamura to be the master of ceremony of that day. So I keep telling my friends and I keep telling my children if I should ever write a book, or if I should ever count the highlights of my life, what would be one of those highlights? And I tell them this, I said, the moment that your father told the people of Palau, lower the flag of the United States, raise the flag of the Republic of Palau, and as the flag rose and the wind opened the flag, and I said, at this very moment, we are a sovereign, independent nation of the world. Can we give me a round of applause for that? Something that I will take with me for the rest of my life. And what it means is that sovereignty is a great, valuable asset. It's not just your ocean, it's not just your oils or gas fields or your fisheries. Sovereignty itself is a very, very valuable asset. And so I said to Japan, the first country to sign diplomatic note with Palau was the United States. And that was done by way of recognizing the Compact of Free Association, which gave us our independence from being a colony or a trusteeship island. The second country that became our second diplomatic friend was Japan. And then we built it up. We now have over 125 friends, Mr. President, from all over the world in the diplomatic relations. And I was appointed by way of my father's ancestry to become the honorary consul of the State of Israel to the Republic of Palau, which I have been for nearly 20 years. And I was so proud when President Johnson Toribio signed a treaty with the Republic of Palau, stating that every Palauan citizen can arrive in Israel without visa. And so the relationships have been adding up. And I would like to say, from the day one of the October 1, 1994 to today, Palau's value of its sovereignty has been growing and growing and growing. And it is growing. And just recently, the Republic of Palau, through our President Saram Reef Jr., signed a new agreement on the Compact of Free Association with the United States that further cements our relationship and further cements the respect for rule of law, respect for entrepreneurship, and respect for discovering the horizons beyond the reef. So I would like to end my comment by saying, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Buterin, Mr. Wallace, Palau is a new nation. And as we navigate towards our future, as though we are sailing on a modern day canoe, we need stars to guide us towards our future. I ask each and every one of you, with your skills, with your knowledge, with your passion, to be a bright star up in the sky for Palau to see, to help us find a better future for our children. That is all my comment, and so thank you so much. On the President of Palau, I would like now to call upon His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Palau, a great visionary, a future thinking leader, the one who is paving the way towards a future for all the Palauans in the future. But before the President comes, we're going to hear the video from Keith Kroc. And if I can just explain, Mr. President, why Keith Kroc is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the State Department under the presidency of Donald Trump. And he has become a good friend of the President in Palau. And he's the founder of a company called DocuSign. And he's and also a chairman of the board of Purdue University as well. And he really wanted to take time to just greet everybody, let them know that Palau is on the right course. So if I may, Mr. President, can we just hear him first, and then we can have you speak, please. Thank you.
Warmest appreciation when you versus the advantages of the market itself. But most of all, congratulations, President Whips, on remarkable success. I stand before you today.
I think with to Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first, I think, blockchain summit in Palau. we are indeed grateful to have people from all over the world joining us in this event, and especially our guests from the Web3 space, the blockchain space, and digital residents that are here with us. I know that our colleagues from the National Congress, I see Delegate Helul, the Delegate Tele, Delegate Sualabla, and Senator Vasilius, members of our Congress that are joining us here today. And I think they're all here to hear from our friend Vitalik Buterin, who a year ago, I think it was about a year ago, when we first spoke through Zoom, and I invited you to come to Palau, and it's so great to have you here, because really what this conference is about bringing people together. Palau is a very fairly young nation, because our independence began in 1994. So this next year, we will celebrate our 30th birthday. But really, in reality, we were a nation way before other people claimed us as their part of their country. So, you know, we didn't have a choice. The Spanish came along and said, "Oh, you're part of us." And then, without our say, the Spanish sold us to the Germans. And so we became part of Germany. And then after that, the Germans, the League of Nations gave us to Japan. And then after, of course, World War II, we were given to the United States as a trust territory. So finally in 1994, we gained I could say our freedom to be sovereign again. And you know, harnessing the digital technology is all about freedom, right? You know, and we're looking forward for the next few days, not only keeping you cooped up in this room, but also experiencing what Palau has to offer. And I think what's most important is that as a country, we've got to look at our strengths and see how we can leverage them for creating opportunities for our people. So as a government, first of all, I want to thank all of you that are here. And of course, the Blockchain Society, Elaine and Alan, for bringing everyone together. Because as a government, we promote private sector development. We want to help entrepreneurs grow. Because if you are successful, Palau is successful. It's truly a partnership. That's the ultimate goal, is to have everybody prosper together. So really our goal is, how do we create or diversify our economy and take advantage or use the new technologies to help our country move forward. We have a small population. That could be I guess a hindrance, but it also creates an opportunity. We're in the Western Pacific. We're on the same time zone as Japan, and of course, I think only an hour ahead of China. So our location is important. We have a rich history and culture, and also we're very blessed to have to be a large ocean state. I always like to say that we have an ocean the size of France. And I think one of the things that Palau is well known for is protecting that ocean, and how we optimize the use of those resources to really benefit our people. So when I was running for president, one of the things that we talked about was, so how do we diversify our economy? How do we look at other ways that can help Palau grow, but not, I think, put too much stress on our environment? Because you have to balance growth with the protection of our environment. And you know, one of the things that we see is that as you have mass tourism, although it's good, it provides economic benefit, but it also causes stress on the environment. So it's this constant balance. we know we have fishing, but if we overfish, then we also destroy those resources. So it's about balancing. So embracing the digital technology creates another space where we can grow our economy. And Palau is very fortunate to have one fiber optic cable, a second one that will be connected next year. We ride redundancy, and we know that even as we speak, Starlink is now changing the world. So that digital connectivity continues to expand. In fact, just this year, we signed a grant with the United States to provide digital connectivity to every home in Palau. That means fiber to the home. It was a $36 million grant. So part of that building the capacity so that every business, every home will have fiber to the home, which hopefully will create opportunities for digital nomads that want to come and stay. I had opportunity last year to go to Hawaii to just understand how things are going in Hawaii, and maybe Palau should be the next Kauai. That's just but so we went to this home that a young couple was in. And when we went to this home, the young couple was in, and the person renting it. So I asked him, I said, what does this young couple do? And because they're paying $18,000 a month in rent. And I said, and he said, well, they're one of the top successful producers of content on TikTok. And so they were there for 18 months, and their next destination was Portugal. And they were going to stay there for 18 months. But young people with innovative new ideas, creating content, and wanting to live around the world. So how does Palau fit into this picture? What can we do? So about 2 years ago, and I want to thank the members of the OEK in this room, we began on the journey to create the digital residency program. And we partnered with a company called Cryptic Labs. And as of today, we have 10,000 digital residents. And our goal is to continue to make that grow. But you can't just have digital residents, and Vitalik is one of them. You have to provide services and value to what that residency provides. And I think that's one of the things that we hope to hear today from you as you continue to collaborate, to give us ideas of how we can expand those opportunities for people. One of the things that, of course, is important, an important part of that digital residency program is that it's a way to verify identity, to build trust. And what we want to continue to add to that is things like mailing addresses, banking services. Of course, we have James here that will share a little bit about the CBDC, but most importantly, developing a stable coin. We're also expanding the opportunity to possibly have digital and voice and text communications for those residents, and continuing to provide products that can enhance that residency. One of those areas is to be able to have a digital registry, which our friend Mr. Croft was sharing. But really, the role of government, I always like to use this as an example, is to provide a playing field, whether, and I like to use a baseball field as an example. So we provide the baseball field, maybe the referees and the umpires to help make sure that the game is played fairly, and at the end of the day, the opportunity really comes down to the players and the audience to enjoy, and that's what government is here to do. So really, today it's about setting that foundation, sharing and learning. If I just may share, one of the biggest challenges as a small nation that we have is that over the last 25 years, half of our population has left Palau. And when they leave Palau, you're losing talent, you're losing those young people. Most of them, in fact, 99% of them are moving to the United States, right? So which is, I think, the trend in the world. So having, embracing digital technology, coming up with new ideas is hopefully another way to bring our young people back home, to find opportunities for them, because now you can work anywhere and do work remotely. And I know that there are young people today that live and work in Palau, that are Palauan, but work for companies that are in the US. And that's really what we want to see. It's embracing that transformation, creating opportunities so that all of us can live where we want to live. And I like to say, in the most beautiful place on the planet. It's like our friends from the Marshall Islands, NCNI. I like to say that we live in the pristine paradise. And but you know, the idea is that why not be able to live where you want and create opportunities and prosperity wherever you are. So today, I know at the end of the day, one of the opportunities, and Ellen shares, is for everyone to visit the Yapese quarry, or the Yapese stone money quarry that was in Palau. In fact, if you don't know, all of the Yapese stone money was mined here in Palau and was carried by canoe back to Yap. Yap is about 260 nautical miles away. And if you can just imagine small wooden canoes carrying these big discs across the ocean, navigating by the stars to get there. But you know, lives are lost. Some of them are at the bottom of the ocean. Some of them are still here on the Rock Islands, and some of them are in Yap. But really, we always say that's the beginning of blockchain technology, right? Every one of those discs have a story. And that story creates the value of that stone money. And I think that's the important role in our culture, our tradition of how we learn and we adapt from that. Palauans, we also have our own version of money. And we have really two kinds of money in Palau. One is the turtle shell, a lot lighter than the 4-meter size of the stone, right? So the turtle shell may not be the best example because, you know, these are from hawksbill turtles that we should protect because they're also getting rare. But this is something for hundreds of years we've made and we consider value, and it's traded, whether building a house or funerals, and the value really comes about of the stories. It was used as and given to a certain nephew or somebody that provided something, and that story becomes the value that's in this turtle shell. And then, you know, but Palau didn't stop there. Then they saw the opportunities of having beads, right? So you'll see these around Palau. So this is a ba, and I think much smaller ones are and then an abu. So these, so what I see that happen in Palau is we kept on getting smaller and smaller in our use of money, because you know we learned that it's heavy to carry those big discs around. But each of these monies have a story, whether they were used to create peace between the villages, or you know, when the villages would war against each other, sometimes the chiefs would have to go get their money to pay the other chiefs to get peace or to return what was happening. Or they would be used the money to buy a canoe, or they would use it to buy a house. Or at funerals, it would be a part of a marriage settlement, or to take care of those obligations at the funeral. All of those stories were all kept in our original blockchain, which I think today we're all learning about how we can embrace new technology. Of course, then we went to money, right? Dollar bills. And then now we've gone beyond that. Credit cards, and then now it's all on our phones. And I think what's most important is that we, really look toward setting up Palau to be economically resilient, a growing economy that everybody can share in. And really, as we look into the future, we think of Palau not just as a physical destination, but also as a digital one. And we see Palau as a place where innovation thrives, where tradition and technology can coexist, and where every digital resident is really an ambassador of those Palauan values. We really want to embrace the digital age. We're really with the wisdom of our ancestors, the energy of our youth, and the vision of a more brighter and a more connected future. All of you here today, we invite you to be part of this journey, to co-create, to innovate, and to provide us a global context as we push Palau into its next chapter. So thank you for being here. We look forward to hearing all the great ideas of how we can grow together. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the speech provided by His Excellency this morning fits the words in English, inspiration. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. Finally, I'd like to call Dr. Lane Wong, PhD, to come in and introduce Vitalik Buterin to all of us, and then she will take over the program and be our MC till this afternoon. Elaine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Alan. For your inspiring talk, and thank you, Alan, for the introduction of everything behind Palau. And just before I introduce Vitalik, I also want to remind everybody that for all the speakers, we will have time reminders. She's there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 1 minute reminder, as we have a pretty tight schedule going forward from this point. We have a lot of world experts talking about new innovations and progress in blockchain. So now I would like to introduce our special guest, Mr. Vitalik Buterin, to share his experience and his knowledge on how blockchain technology can help transform our lives. And I think everybody knows who you are.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Elaine, and thank you, Mr. President, and everyone else for just inviting me to come here and giving such a warm welcome so far. So I thought that we would talk about the main subject, which is what are some ways in which the blockchain space, which I think these days it's not just the blockchain space. These days, ZK technology, the new buzzword, is becoming almost as important as blockchains are, can be helpful to allow and to unlock some of the things that have been talked about in the last half hour about what Palau is trying to achieve. So to start off, just recap of things that are already happening, right? So there's the Palau ID, right? So digital residency, which is this is something that more and more countries are really starting to look into, which I think is a very positive trend, right? So like as was mentioned, I have one of these Palau IDs myself. It's actually right over here. You can look at it. But it's over the last, I think like 5 or 10 years, we've been seeing more and more countries start to have these kinds of programs, and they generally happen for all kinds of different reasons, right? Like countries are interested in attracting people, and especially interesting people to come and sometimes stay in person. Also sometimes try to create some kind of digital presence, right? So the e-Estonia effort that's happened over the last 10 years kind of strikes me as a bit of an inspiration here, right? Even back 10 years ago, the Estonian government was saying things like, sorry, like saying things. I apologize. There we go. Saying things like talking about how the future of nations is that they cannot just be physical nations, they also need to be digital nations, and really trying to explore the question of like, what would it look like for Estonia to become a digital nation, right? And so they offered this digital residency program where anyone around the world could apply, could become a digital resident, and digital residents could do all kinds of things, right? You could open a bank account. If you are also physically Estonian, you could use digital residency certificates to vote. There's start a company, I think was another one that's possible. Just all kinds of services, right? And this actually provided all kinds of value to many kinds of people in the world, right? Like there's a lot of people for whom it was just a very easy and accessible path just to do things like set up businesses that are inside of the EU, right? And it's empowered a lot of people around the world whose home countries either had weaker infrastructure or had repressed governments or all kinds of things, and it just gave them a new opportunity to thrive. So I think there's a lot of value in these kinds of programs. There's also a lot of value in just giving people more options in terms of physical residency. There's an increasing number of nomads. There's an increasing number of people who are thinking about taking a more active choice in which country they live and base themselves, and sometimes even settle in for the long term. Like sometimes by choice and sometimes out of necessity, unfortunately. But in either case, it's very valuable to just have there be countries around the world that give people more options. And so I think these things are valuable. But the other interesting thing that distinguishes the Palau program, of course, is the blockchain component, right? It's not just a card; it's an NFT on chain. It's you can digitally prove that you have one. And being on chain is nice because it gives, for a lot of reasons, but one of them is that it gives you the ability to interface with the rest of the on-chain Ethereum ecosystem, right? So if you have other kinds of Ethereum applications that need to need some way to verify that someone is a unique person, that needs some way to verify to what extent a particular person can be trusted. Many different kinds of applications, they can just directly immediately plug into something like this, right? So I think this is valuable, and I think especially in the age of AI that's getting more powerful and very quickly over the next couple of decades. One of the many things that's really valuable to have is just more different and effective ways for people to prove that they're actually people, right? Like 10 years ago, you could prove that you're 10 years ago, you could prove that you're a person just by, clicking on all the pictures that have a giraffe. These days, the robots can do it, right? 5 years ago, you could prove that you're a person by, writing an essay about the history of Pacific Island nations. These days robots can do that too, right? So having just more and better ways for us to identify like, who actually is a person and is just something that's valuable to preserve our ability to continue to communicate with and to continue to trust each other. So that's something that I think is one of the big reasons why specifically having these kinds of digital things is useful, right? And like if it's just because it's tied directly into the Ethereum ecosystem, like these are just digital proofs that become very easy to use, right? In addition to just proofs of who you are, also, things like this can be made useful as a second factor for authentication, to authenticate yourself, right? So like actually, be able to log in and to be able to verify that it's still you that's in control of the account. So this is actually one of the things that I might recommend for the future is to like actually, like add a hardware chip into the card, right? And make the card itself capable of signing things. This is something that cards in Japan can do. Taiwan is like has a digital citizen certificate, can do these kinds of things. So this another thing that's valuable, right? But like the fact that this exists, I think, is really important. I mean, also stablecoin. Stablecoins are, I think, something that can be very great and very valuable. I think it's good to have more options for people to have payments. It's good for people to be able to continue to transact with each other without relying on a centralized intermediary. It's good for even from a just sovereignty perspective to be able for people to be able to digitally interact with each other without having to rely on infrastructure that where all of it is controlled by like maybe 3 different companies that are based in the same other country. It's valuable for people to like have something that's just very steady and just guaranteed to be there. I mean, it's I think 20 years ago, the gold standard was for something to be guaranteed to be there, it needed to be physical, right? And I think there's still value with it in physical things, but like the quality of the internet is really getting better and better, right? And there's more and more redundancy in internet connections. There's you got the cables and the satellites, and so I think being able to like actually build off of and leverage that is really valuable as well, right? But these are things that are happening now, right? So what could happen? I think there's 2 major directions that Palau can look in, and the first direction is just Palau as physical and or virtual base for blockchain projects, and the second is technology use inside of Palau infrastructure. This could mean government, this could also mean commercial, right? This could also just mean like customer and merchant adoption. It could mean all kinds of things, right? And I think another part of this here is education, right? So helping the local people, get into the technology sector is always something that's valuable, but there's like a limit to how much, like things like university programs can help, right? Like I think for learning to really be effective, it needs to be hands-on, there needs to actually be opportunities for people to participate in things directly. So Palau is a physical and virtual base for blockchain projects. I think there is a big need for a lot of people in the crypto space today to just like have a jurisdictional like legal base that just makes it practical for them to do certain basic things, right? And so DAOs are one of the interesting trends that is happening recently, right? Projects are interested in setting themselves up in a way that's decentralized and a way that allows the community to participate in maintaining the project, governing the project, and these kinds of things. But the frameworks for allowing these kinds of completely virtual, completely on the blockchain entities to like actually interact with other things that already exist in the physical economy are not yet very strong, right? And there are a lot of models for legal frameworks that can improve on this, right? So there is the Wyoming DAO law, there is the token law in Liechtenstein, which is also it's pretty powerful. It allows you to basically put legal rights into tokens and into on-chain assets that could be tradable, and that's something that's usable for DAOs as well, because DAOs have on-chain addresses and they can hold tokens. Interaction with the real world economy in other kinds of ways, right? So there's a lot of ongoing interest in projects that are trying to tokenize real world assets, do things like fractionalizing existing real world assets, create more links between the on-chain world and the off-chain world that go beyond like just a stable coin. And so this is again something that I think a lot of projects are really looking for places where they can effectively do this. There's a lot of other categories as well. Like there's just launching tokens is one of those things that's where like there aren't really very good alternatives, and it's the sort of thing that's like hard, and ironically it does not get less hard if you're more scammy. Like I think you can even argue that it's if you're more scammy, it gets less hard, unfortunately, right? So like this is one of those things where like it's not even just like a trade-off between protecting against scams and giving people more options. It's like there are opportunities to improve on both, but really at the same time that haven't really been flagged yet, right? So I think there's opportunities to innovate in all of these. Palau is a physical base, and so as I mentioned, there's a growing number of individual digital nomads from all around the world. So it's I think maybe 10 years ago, people were maybe coming from the United States and other Western countries, but it's increasingly turning into a global phenomenon. People coming from anywhere, going to anywhere. Increasingly remote teams. Remote teams, this is something that's like very strong, especially in the crypto space, and definitely in the Ethereum community in particular, right? So if you think about like any other tech space, like if you look at AI, for example, like what city in the world is the global capital of AI? Right? You can show it. There's an easy answer. Right. Okay. Now, what city is the global capital of crypto? Right, exactly. The shrug is the correct answer, right? It's, if you look at Ethereum's history itself, right, the project was first publicly launched at a Bitcoin event in Miami. A lot of the initial development happened by developers that were based in Berlin. The Ethereum Foundation was legally based in Switzerland. The like big parts of the development team are also based in Romania. There are client teams that are based in Australia. There's a growing number of researchers that's based in Taiwan, right? And Ethereum Foundation also has a base in Singapore. It's just like literally everywhere, right? And it's like there isn't even within the United States. So actually the closest thing the Ethereum Foundation has to an office is actually in Denver, right? So it's a very distributed thing, and I think there's this unique culture that's emerged in the space of like really going all in and embracing this, right? And that's there's frequent, like gatherings, retreats, and events, and at the same time, like people are free to attend as many of these as they want, and otherwise, live wherever they want to get work done. And this is something that has really empowered a lot of people to participate in a way that is much more difficult in pretty much any other industry. So, Palau is a place for people to come and stay longer term, and not even just people as individuals, but even entire teams. This is something that I think is very possible to try to encourage more of. And in terms of like practical advice for how to make this happen, I mean, honestly, the simplest answer is like the boring thing: have more direct flights. So direct to Singapore is great, but it's like add a couple of more, and like add make them more frequent, and I think that's already solves a big part of the problem. So I think there's a good opportunities for Palau to participate in both of these. And then the other side of the conversation is the technology, right? So we have basic digital IT, right? And we have basic stable coins, but like what can come after this, right? So in Zulu earlier this year, there was a project called ZooPass that was like basically started just for the sake of experimenting in Zulu, but since then it's really turned into a much bigger thing that has basically become this much more ambitious projects trying to solve the question of like what would a privacy preserving and secure internet stack look like. So what we have here is a QR code, and this QR code contains a zero knowledge proof. And the zero knowledge proof proves that I am a Zulu resident without revealing which one I am, right? So there's a set of about 700 people that are able to generate these QR codes, but when this QR code reveals nothing more that I am one of these 700 people. There's also a digital version of this, so you can this is a phone app, and you can use it to sign into other internet services. And when you do that, you're again proving that you're a resident without revealing which one you are. And the system also basically generates a random ID for you. So if you sign in twice, you still get the same ID, right? So what this means is you can do things like make a ZK voting system. This also existed. It's called Zoopoll, zoopoll.org. It's still usable, right? And that basically lets you do privacy preserving and secure voting, just like entirely based on top of this stack. So this sort of thing is powerful. It's powerful for a lot of different things. And I think there's a big set of things that this sort of thing can be expanded into that really go beyond like just this basic use case, right? So one of the features of ZooPass that was added kind of later on, closer to the end of Zulu, was this thing that they call stamps. So if anyone here is, an Ethereum person, you're familiar with POPE, the proof of attendance protocol. This is basically that, but in zero knowledge, right? So you can get stamps that attest that you participated in specific events, that you were like contributed to particular things, prove that you have certain skills, all kinds of things. And these stamps are part of your wallet, but like the world doesn't see what stamps you have by default, right? If you want to prove specific things, you can. If you want to prove some calculation over the things that you have, you can, right? And this is something that is useful for, I think, all kinds of things, right? It's useful for credit, for example, just as a way for people to track evidence about like things that in their personal histories that prove that they're trustworthy in a certain sense. And potentially you could imagine an ecosystem where people use these things to apply for loans, and you're able to like really benefit from a much richer amount of information about yourself that would really incorporate a lot of often even less formal things that don't show up in university degrees, for example, and do things in a way that preserves more privacy, right? So this is valuable, I think, and like this is something that even like existing digital IT systems can like go and incorporate the technology, and I think there's a lot of value in trying to go in this direction. And then the other thing that is, I think, makes a lot of sense to talk about is just continuing to improve the stablecoin, right? So, it's good that it exists, and I think it's interesting, right? How in the blockchain space, payments were really how it all started. And I even remember back in 2013, there was this like very vibrant subculture around trying to get people to actually use and pay with Bitcoin. There was this person in Berlin. His name was Jörg Platzer. He was the owner of a bar called Room 77, and at one point he decided that he would just go around as many of the other restaurants and stores within a few hundred meters of Room 77 and convince as many of them as he could to also start accepting Bitcoin. And he actually did. And there was this district called the Bitcoin Heats that got created as a result. And there are like over a dozen different restaurants and stores that could take Bitcoin. And like, I remember like, visiting Berlin and just staying in that region, I was able to, use Bitcoin to like actually pay for a bunch of things. And I mean, back then, I think the pitch for Bitcoin was basically that it had lower fees. And, it's not PayPal, you don't have to pay 30 cents and 3% for every transaction. But the challenge is, of course, that, since then fees went up and that basically ended up really killing this movement, right? Now, the good news is that now it's 2023 and we have, all kinds of rapidly maturing, actually scalable and actually cheap payment systems. There's layer 2s, you have layer 3s, so there's like state channel technology. On the Bitcoin side, you have Lightning, there's even payment focused rollups, things like Loopring that have been like extremely cheap ways of paying people for years now. So there's a lot of these different things that are actually really possible. And the value that you get is that you get a very resilient payment system that can avoid depending on a centralized actor, just for people to continue to be able to make payments and have access to their money. And it's a system that I think could potentially also benefit a lot from just interacting with the existing Ethereum layer 2 ecosystem, right? Like if a merchant here accepts a stablecoin, someone coming in from abroad doesn't need to like yet have that stablecoin, right? What they could do is they could even make a payment using whatever coin they already have. And that could get automatically converted into the stablecoin during the payment through some existing DeFi protocol on Ethereum, right? Like these are things that are actually possible. And so I think trying to like really improve that interaction and make more of that happen is something that can be really valuable. And at the same time, we still need to do some like more work on improving ease of use as like this becomes more high stakes. Improving security is also more important, right? While a system is like a test and while it's fairly low stakes, it's okay if like everything depends on an 80-digit number that's like stored in your computer, but at some points you want to try to actually move beyond that, right? So there's a lot of technical work that's can be done, but the good news is that there's this entire ecosystem that's continuing to do basically the exact same kind of work, right? And so there's a lot of things that you can really leverage and build off of, right? And I think that's probably the conclusion that I want to end with, right? Is that I think this technology has a lot of value in creating systems that are open and where you can see what's going on the inside. You can see what are the rules and be sure that the rules of the system are being followed, and give people the ability to individually go and check that if they say they made a payment, so that the payments actually happen. The technology that is completely open source. It's avoids being dependent on any kind of centralized actor, not whether it's a corporation or any foreign country. But the other big benefit of this is I think the benefits that come from being able to plug into a global community. And the fact that there are all of these other people that are building these existing open tools that you can just plug in and use, right? And that's much more powerful than just having to build your own entire thing from scratch. And so I think this is one of the reasons why it's valuable to have events like this, right? To try to bring people here together with people from this the global community and to try to start making these links happen. And I think a conversation today can turn into a really amazing technical project a year from now, and a really awesome application that benefits thousands of people here 2 years from now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vitalik, for the inspiring talk. And I think just like what Vitalik said, there are actually a lot of other digital innovations here after the digital residency and the stablecoin project. Indeed, there is the tokenization of the real world asset platform that's being built, and we will discuss that and showcase that tomorrow. So stay tuned and come back here tomorrow. Yes.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, our president has to leave to attend another state function. So let's give him a round of applause. And he will be joining us at the forum. You see the stone money this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President, for your presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, for the notice. So, more housekeeping items. So please, if you have your phone, please make sure you silence your phone. And we don't want to disturb everybody listening to the amazing speeches. So that's one. And two, after the morning session, we will have lunch boxes for everyone in the restaurant downstairs. So just, head downstairs after the morning session and then grab one of the lunch box and then either eat at restaurants, and we have places, lounges here you can also use. So also Vitalik, maybe we can also use the stand for people who come attend this event. Maybe we can discuss that later. So for the next talk, we have the honor to have His Excellency Minister of Finance, Khaled Udui, to share some of the updates and impacts of Palau's digital residency and stablecoin project, and how it affects Palau and how it is like to push this project in Palau to implement it. Minister of Finance, may we have the honor?
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to see a lot of friends that I haven't seen in a while, and I can't stop. And a lot of people who are just not friends yet because it's the first time I'm seeing you. So I look forward to getting to know some of you through some other interactions that we may have through this week and through this conference. So thank you very much for being here in Palau. We know it is sometimes far. It's not always easy to get here from abroad. I myself came this morning. I had to cross the bridge. I'm also traveling overseas. But it's very nice to see so many new faces here, and thank you for your tourism business. I'm also very happy to have spoken to one of our digital residents, Mr. Buterin. Thank you for being in Palau. I remember we were speaking with the president online over a year ago. So finally, you made it. Thank you for being here and being a supporter of Palau. I really enjoyed listening to some of your suggestions for our programs. So I'd like to share a little bit more about those programs, and I don't need to share as much as it's already been covered. So my job is a lot easier. But I'm very happy to also meet you, because it really does take a lot of partners to make things happen, especially with the difficulties that we face as small island governments. So we really appreciate the ability to work with such forward thinkers and people who really do care about making things better for people. And that's something underlying the initiatives that we are pursuing in Palau. So I would say that today marks a significant moment as we discuss Palau strides in the digital realm. As the Minister of Finance, I'm privileged to share with you the impacts of the digital residency program and the Palau stablecoin project. And these embody our nation's commitment to the future for our people. Our government's dedication to progress and embracing the future has given birth to the Palau Digital Residency Program and the Palau Stablecoin Project. These programs are more than initiatives. It's a manifestation of Palau's ambition to evolve and participate in the digital age and look outside of the traditional tourism economy that has fueled our operation to the government for so long. The Digital Residency Program, in collaboration with our partner, Cryptic Labs, who I don't see in the audience today, we have harnessed the capabilities of an RNS platform. This platform is a beacon of accessibility, offering digital residency to individuals worldwide. Through our partnership with Cryptic Labs, we grant individuals a government-issued ID from Palau, from the comfort of their homes. The benefits of our digital residency ID program are several-fold. As a digital resident, an individual is entitled to stay just recently an additional 180 days over the typical 90 days that's afforded to a typical tourist. They're also able to receive a physical mailing address and can be recognized for KYC verification to engage in online activities. We've also proudly reached a milestone of 10,000 digital residents. Significant because it's over half of our current population. And with the steady interest we're witnessing, that this number is expected to grow. We expect to double over the next year. Our collaboration with Cryptic Labs ensures that our digital ID stands as a fortress of protection. With end-to-end encryption and advanced technologies like zero-knowledge proofs. Furthermore, we are continuously striving to expand and enhance the array of auxiliary services available to our digital residents. And I appreciate again the suggestions that we can now look at that Mr. Lutheran has raised for us. In addition to our digital residency program, we have partnered with Ripple to launch a limited Palau stablecoin project. And this just happened the latter half of this year. In addition to our to this launch, the stablecoin project is a very significant move for us forward. And again, as many of you might have been here a day or two, you may have experienced some difficulty with making payments. Mr. Buterin referred to payment systems in his discussion earlier. And this is really the challenge that we're trying to address. We believe and we've seen through the initial part of this pilot project of success that can be brought to Palau because of this initiative. The PSC offers an alternative cost-efficient payment method, sidestepping the often higher fees associated with traditional banking systems. And this is also a big problem with access. If you travel to the Rock Island or to the north or bigger island, often you'll come to a store and if you didn't bring enough cash, you may not be able to purchase anything. So this is something that we are really trying to address that really affects the livelihood of our people. The stablecoin also presents an eco-friendly solution, minimizing the need for residents from remote islands to undertake carbon-intensive journeys to the banks. As you can see, if you pass by some of the gas stations here, gas prices are on the way up. The US dollar-backed Palau stablecoin operates on the XRP ledger, carbon-neutral blockchain known for its security and efficiency. This small and controlled pilot that we have started involves the participation of 200 government employees, 3 local merchants, and aims to provide financial inclusivity for our citizens. offering a cost-effective and eco-friendly alternative. And these benefits are something that we are seeing based on the early results of our project. We have seen the use cases in which participants set up their digital wallets successfully, and the distributed Palau stablecoin being used for transactions with local vendors. These vendors in turn have successfully been able to initiate requests to redeem the Palau stablecoin for US dollars through the ministry. Palau's journey into the digital realm, from our digital residency program to our stablecoin project, signifies our commitment to innovation and progress. We look forward to the continued evolution of our nation in this digital age. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak here today.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Your Excellency and the Minister of Finance for sharing all the exciting updates of the digital residency and stablecoin in Palau. And the floor is open for 2 questions. If anybody wants to ask questions about Palau's digital projects. No one?
We have one here.
Hello. Hello, Minister. Thank you for your talk. My name is Ben Armani here with the folks from CNMI. Thank you very much. Could you just expand a little more? What are the for digital residents? What are the additional things related to visas in terms of tourists? Does it give any additional capabilities in terms of working, establishing businesses? Where is it at, and then where are you expected to go with that?
Thank you, Ben. A very interesting question. And one of the things that we found out with the digital residency program and the Palau stablecoin project is people take these things forward in ways that you didn't expect. One of the first benefits that was afforded to our digital residents actually came from the business community, where in pulling out a copy of well, actually the digital residency physical card, the hotel said, well, oh, you have that, I'll give you a discount at the hotel. So that was a immediate benefit that wasn't was considered to be offered, but hadn't been developed by our office. So I think there are those kind of opportunities that have happened that were a pleasant surprise. Other benefits that we expect, especially for our visitors, will probably come from the interaction between the digital residency program and the Palau stablecoin project, where we can harmonize the customer experience for the visitors that come here, both in terms of engaging with government and also in engaging with the business community. And we think these are the benefits that we're looking for, a way to promote economic growth at very cost-effective and environmentally friendly ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question? Can you bring the mic? Then let's take the center for the last one.
What is the best way for digital residents to support and contribute on the programs?
This is an exciting area that we are looking at with the digital residency program. We do have in our legislation something called the adopt a meter. As I said, the rising cost of fuel has really impacted our community. And we're starting to see an increase in immigration from Palau, which is making it more difficult to promote the development of the country when we don't have people here for that purpose. So I think this is something we're really hoping that we can leverage. One area that we are focusing on, and the reason why we support the blockchain society, it's gonna take all of us raising the level of understanding and knowledge. And we think that this is something that our digital residents contribute. Say lecturing in the schools, providing training programs, or just having discussions with people, because it's very new to us. Just recently, we were able to bring the submarine fiber optic cable to Palau and bring our communication standard up to a point where we can actually consider these sort of digital initiatives. And we hope you can come along with the ride with us. So thank you for that question. My brother from the Marshall Islands.
Mr. Minister, thank you, and I'd like to congratulate you for your vision, your leadership, especially on these two projects. I mean, we are just in awe in watching you guys taking off, and we're very grateful for your vision and your leadership in this space. My question is very simple. I just want more of a curiosity more than anything else. Is on the stablecoin program, is to redeem the stable coin that you are being given, and I'm just wondering where does the repository kept? Is it with the Ministerial of Finance, or is it in a private financial institution as a redeemable option for you to exchange the digital coin?
Thank you, Senator. Very good question. Our system is quite simple. The Palau stablecoin is the interface, and it's all a matter of uploading or purchasing, minting stablecoin with money that comes from the banking institution. And if you're not aware, our program is really just a tokenization of the dollar, converting the dollar into a form that's easily transmittable and accessible by anyone. So it mints into the stable coin, and then it is destroyed and goes back into the banking system, one-to-one relationship. So it's really, again, a way of providing a very efficient and effective payment system. And just some background, I see personally, the FinTech initiative is really one of the president's platform programs. I'm happy to be in charge of that program and working with some excellent people, very capable people, to really bring this program to life. But I think the future, or at least the immediate future of the stable coin will be coordinating with the other countries in the Pacific, like ourselves, who use the United States dollar. And I'm speaking directly to our friends in the Marshall Islands and in the various states of Micronesia. I think we could do a little bit more collaboration to make this happen a lot quicker. We do work together through various other ministerial functions, and I think this is a subject that maybe we should bring up more and collaborate on. Thank you, Senator.
I think we have run out of time for questions, so we'll proceed with the program. But before we continue, may we all please recognize the presence of our Minister of Tourism and Development, Mr. Nirai Mutu, is with us this morning. Thank you, Minister, for joining us today.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you everyone for the amazing questions and exchanges here. We're so excited for the next step of all the digital transformation of it. So next we have a panel, and it's the Tuzalu panel. It's called Tuzalu, the founders young to talk about the crypto enable new governance of the digital nomad tribe initiated by Palau. We're going to set the stage, and on the panel, I will be moderating it because I'm also one of the Tuzalu members. And we have Vitalik Buterin on the panel, Mr. Vitalik, and also Maggie Chen, partnerships of Eve Global, And we have Arizona. Please go on this, please come on to the stage, former CEO of Nike. And also Nicole-san, yes, the core contributor of Tokenizing. And we are also having Boris Ion
That's right.
zooming in remotely from Burning Man at the moment, if he's able to get his internet. He just texted me, said internet has maybe some little bit of spot problem, so we will just carry it out with our panel. So, Tokenizing is a project that's initiated by a few of you here, especially Vitalik. And I would like to perhaps first ask Vitalik to tell us about Tokenizing. What is it? The name doesn't mean anything, but what is Tokenizing actually?
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what is Tokenizing? Basically, it's in what we call an experimental pop-up city. So the core idea is to bring together 200 people from a combination of a couple of different spaces. A lot of Ethereum people, a lot of people interested in either longevity or other kind of branches of biotech. Some people from synthetic biology, some COVID researchers, also people just interested in topics of new forms of governance in general. And some people from the Vienna rationality community, and there's a longer list. And basically bring people together to just stay in one place for 2 months and basically see what happens after that, right? I think that the core idea here is that there's been a lot of excitement around this idea of creating new cities or creating new societies, and bringing online communities offline and similar kinds of ideas. And a lot of people have written about this from different angles, and the goal is to try to make a version of that tries to really bring the conversation from just very abstract discussion into reality, and try to see what is a concrete implementation of that, and what would that actually look like in the real world, just to help build more knowledge about where it makes sense to go from there. And so, we've done hacker houses before. Hacker houses often last many years, but they only have up to 10 to 20 people. We've done conferences before. Conferences have thousands of people, but they only last a week. And so the idea is to try to push a little bit further in both directions, right? And have 200 people actually staying for 2 months. And this is a big enough jump that it's not something that's really been done much before, but at the same time, it's still manageable enough that a group of people can just come together and just do it, right? So that's where the idea behind Tokenizing came from. And in terms of what it was, basically there's a lot of a big part of it was basically just this kind of open, long, influential salon. Like there's just discussions about all kinds of interesting topics on all of the areas that interest people. A lot of kind of pollination between people who came from different directions, but also a lot of trying to actually put the different ideas into practice, right? So Zupass was one big example. On the health side, there were a lot of things that we try to intentionally make it easier to have a healthy lifestyle, including exercise, including food, but also including things like taking personalized measurements and some more advanced things. And we basically trying to see what kinds of things that all these spaces can we do that you can't as people would do on one person, right? So that was the core, and the 2 months actually came and actually that happened, and people generally had a good time in Montenegro. And now there's actually multiple like spin-off of, there's what happening in area, in areas.
先挑战。
Places, and, we're looking forward to seeing what the whole concept turns into.
Thank you, Vitalik. I was in Zuzulu, invited to go to Zuzulu too. It was April and May, I think starting with end of March in Montenegro. And there were 200 of us, like Vitalik said, co-live and then we co-work and we created a lot of different matches together, projects and softwares and so on. So, and I met a lot of you and we became friends afterwards. I was just like wondering, how do you actually select who goes to Zuzulu and how do you actually engage them? Because they are from all over the world. They are experts in AI and new governance and anything. How do you decide that? How do you actually reach out and all that? Because Zuzulu wasn't advertised before.
Yeah, I can speak to how we did invites this time around. Given it was like first time doing the event, no one had heard of us. And all we had was this little PDF that we made of what Zuzulu was. We sent it out to the people that we wanted to invite. And surprisingly, people came because it honestly looks pretty sketchy from afar. Like you get this random invitation from a person you don't know. They go to Montenegro for 2 months. But through like various forms of verification, we decided that, okay, this is legitimate. But this time around, we chose like a couple tracks to focus around. So Ethereum technology, ZK technology, biotech, decentralized science, and decentralized governance. Those are kind of like the main core themes. So we tried to choose like people who are working in those spaces, people from like researchers to scientists to actual founders as well. And we just did like outreach. We would pick one person in the field and we would trust them to do the curation from their work. They'd be like, oh, like I think these 10 people are great. And from those 10, we would select more and more people. So this time around, it was a very manual selection process, but we were just kind of looking for people who were intellectually curious to relevant topics. Also like low ego, low status that like actually just want to come for the event and not for any like ulterior motives. So we kept it very simple this time around. I think it worked out well. Like we ended up with a really good group of people and they really carried what the event was.
You want to add on to that, maybe? Okay. Yeah, so I would indeed receive like a random email and then just decided to book my flight and it took 24 hours just to get there and then stay in this like really lovely town, Tiba in Montenegro. And I also noticed that in Zuzulu, a lot of us are actually digital nomads. So we work on computer, we came from all over the place, but then we actually start to really see each other in real life and spend time together for 2 months. So I want to ask all of you, how is it like to really live with 200 people that you did not know before, and they were awesome, and they were all from different fields together and work together in a place for 2 months?
Yeah, I think it was really unique to do that, especially after everyone went virtual during the COVID era. So it was really magical to be able to spend time with 200 people plus for 2 months. Yeah, so before this, I was also digital nomading for about a year. And this is the first time I was able to stay in a place for a long period of time where I can develop like a structure to my day, like have laundry, have like a consistent workout schedule, and also be able to walk outside and see like new people every single day and talk to interesting people. It was just like such a focal point for all of the sorts of people that I would want to meet day to day. And it was crazy. So it was like very overwhelming in some ways, like you get to do so much every single day. But yeah, very exciting. Like that still feels so surreal now that we've gone back to normal life where you only do like one thing a day, like very different.
Yeah, I think just adding on, I think like a key topic or a key word that comes to mind when we think about Zuzulu is actually community. I think every single aspect of Zuzulu was around like this concept of community. So first thing in the morning when you wake up and you go to breakfast, there's always someone new to meet at breakfast because that was almost like a focal point for you to meet other people. And the conversations that you actually have are not so much like, hey, this is what I do, this is my title, and this is like what I'm actually focused on in the industry. It's more like, hey, like, what is your MBTI? Or like, hey, you know, what is your favorite fruit? And a lot of these conversations that came out of just like different community organized events or just events that were happening at Zuzulu were actually very natural, very serendipitous. And I think that was sort of like a key highlight of Zuzulu for all of us. It's just the concept that like you don't have to have any intentions going into it, but you get so much out of it just because of the people that were there. And also there's so many things that are being run kind of like in a decentralized format. So people can organize themselves self-organize events, without like kind of surrounding the main events as well. So there's a lot of stuff happening and there's a lot of flexibility in terms of how you want to manage your time.
Yeah, so something that Maggie mentioned briefly is the serendipity. I think when there's a lot of serendipity, when there's a lot of intentional serendipity, a lot of innovation happens. Yeah.
Yes, I did feel that. So in short, to me, then it sounds like Zuzalo is 200 really smart, curious, intellectually curious people from all over the world coming to a very remote place in a country that most people did not hear about before and live there for 2 months and bring impact to the country and geek out on all the selected topics, EKP, AI, communities, and all that. So, and then the products happens and all these things, amazing things happen. So, I was also curious, how did you guys decide on the topics of Zuzalo? I understand that Zuzalo is a fairly decentralized community. Everybody can like decide on topic, but how did you decide the 4 topics of each week?
Yeah, well, so I think the way that this started was that there were like a couple of these major themes where I think part of it is just like ultimately, we're hearing people, and so Ethereum is going to be in the center. And then, I mean, things like bio and like interested governance, like they just have a pretty high overlap with that space, but are also a somewhat different group. But then from there, it started off being a couple of sort of officially designated like weeks or targeted to particular events, but then people just started coming in and they started like expanding and creating parts of their own schedule, and then sort of the wish list slowly expanded from there.
I see. Sounds amazing because I was there too. I experienced that. And so in April and May, when we were in Montenegro, we really did create a lot of things. I'm also wondering what kind of impact have Zuzalo brought to Montenegro, the benefits and all these things. And maybe Vitaly can share.
I mean, first of all, it's that it brought 200 people to a resort during a time when it would have otherwise been empty. So it contributed to the economy in a way that just where like that just otherwise would not have existed. And I think for some of the people in the restaurant, it was a trading opportunity that would have otherwise been less paid and a lot more boring for them. And so there's like that basic added value, but also there were some kind of longer lasting connections I think that were made between the social community and different people in Montenegro. There were some Montenegrins who actively participated in Zuzalo, and some like locally focused AI and like other applications that got made. There was some interactions with local university students, interactions with the local government, and because the local governments have been interested in being crypto friendly already, so they were this gave them opportunity to meet and get to know people that would actually help them on doing that right. So I think it was valuable in all kinds of ways.
Yeah, I also know that after just 2 months of Zuzalo in Montenegro, the entire country's GDP increased, and the country started to implement a lot of digital projects, the SEZs one and CBDC and all that afterwards. So it did bring a lot of impact, positive impact to the country. So since we're in Palau, and I know that we had discussed this, if we want to do a Zuzalo in Palau, operationally, what do each of you perceive or think that you need from Palau, and what Palau need to provide to have Zuzalo to be operationally functional here?
I guess from like a base layer of operations, we had 200 people come to our event as residents, and over 1,000 people came last time as visitors. So there just needs to be enough space to accommodate everyone, enough food. And one of like the key things we want to do at Zuzalo is build in convenience layers for healthy living. So having like a lot of food options, having healthy food options be available to this many people is kind of a stress infrastructurally. So yes, finding a venue. So when we go like location scouting, we have such a long list of things that we want to hit. It's just like, how many restaurants are there in the vicinity? Is there nature in the area? Which of course Palau is beautiful for. is it priced reasonable? Because we try to keep this more like affordable for people to attend and not have price be a barrier. That might be hard for somewhere like Palau where flights are more expensive and so is possibly accommodation. But those are all things that we can find workarounds for. But yeah, I think that was like the only concerns we have operationally is perhaps there isn't enough like infrastructure to meet the scale of all things that we do. I think outside of that, like it has like very unique culture. People who come here is relatively remote, which is both like a good thing and a bad thing. Like that way, even when our event gets out, there won't be a ton of people crashing and security won't be as much of an issue. But yeah, I think Palau is like a potentially interesting place we can consider as a potential next Zulu location.
I think something that's also very unique about where Zulu was this time is that, like Nicole mentioned, it was sort of in a remote area, but also close enough to like other small towns that residents could go to on the weekends. So I think Palau, I think like if we do Zulu in Palau, I think something that's really important to consider is just like the privacy, the security, and also just like a good balance between like allowing people to really just focus on their work, but also a mix of like having other activities that could be done on the weekends. But not overcrowded so much that it becomes sort of like another exact city. I think that was like the point is to not have it become in a big city or have it become something that is like exact replica of like a city. It was more of like our own smaller village that we could really be able to curate the culture of like what the Zulu experience looks like. So I think that's something that's really important for sure.
One thing to note is that Zulu is it's an experiment, right? So just because like there were certain parameters to the first Zulu, it doesn't mean the second or future Zulus have to be exactly like that. So when it comes to size, when it comes to the topics, when it comes to a lot of the more detailed things, I think it's more of a collaboration with like the Zulu organizers and local community rather than just like something that has to be repeated over and over again.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Zulu is an ongoing evolution of a decentralized efforts. And even though in the first Zulu was a success and a lot of people want to repeat that, but I can see that the Zulu can be just go to all kinds of places and unimaginable style. So to each one of you, made you, actually, Natalia didn't share last time. What is Zulu to you? And what do you see Zulu become in the future, in the next step? Using one sentence to describe what is Zulu to you.
That's difficult because I think one of the takeaways from the first one is kind of I don't know, in the sense that like the form factor of 200 people actually staying there for 2 months and like being an experiment seems to be again really successful. But at least like for me, a big part of it in the beginning was like we basically use that as a stepping stone and to try to get more insight into what actually makes it more sense. And that's like right now the answer still feels unclear. Like it feels like it was the start of the experimentation and not the end. So maybe that is the answer for this.
Yeah, I don't know how easy it is to do this in one sentence, but I'll try to keep it short. I think Zulu is a really unique like breeding destination of just like all sorts of talent. So I think it doesn't really matter like what you come from, what your previous experience is, and what your starting point is. I think when you come to Zulu, you could be like, it could be a restart. It could be like the blankest version of yourself. You can bring in previous experiences if you want to, but I think it's really like a starting point, like Vitaly said, for a lot of different opportunities and a lot of things that you want to do. And it's like a place where you can really explore different things and be kind of like strategically positioned in a place to actually do those things, or even think about things that you maybe never thought about before.
I think Zulu is very different to everyone. What Zulu is to me was a very unique social structure where I could facilitate this lifelong learning. Like I could explore and discover new things all the time and consistently talk to new people about things I've never thought of before. And it's also an amazing place to develop very strong bonds and personal relationships. This is the best place I've had outside of school to just make new friends. I think it's very unique and yeah, it's hard to describe, and I think it'll constantly change.
Yeah, for me, I think they already covered everything I wanted to say, but in addition, I wanted to say that it felt ephemeral yet permanent, right? A lot of the, like we knew that at the end of 2 months, most people were gonna leave and go across the world everywhere. But at the same time, a lot of the bonds felt very permanent, like a lot of the people I met there, a lot of the connections, they felt very permanent. And a lot of the lessons learned as well were, you know, at the moment, they felt like temporary, but then I think we learned a lot of lessons that will help those lessons live on for future Zuzulus.
Thank you. To me, Zuzulu is an infinite opportunity, a tribe that I can meet people that I can learn from and bond with, and a place where I can say anything creative and nobody will tell me, oh, don't do that. People instead will say, let's try it, sounds good. And I love the decentralization of that too. So
I wanted to add one more thing. I think it was a very awesome experiment where digital governance and digital communities interact with physical communities and how to collaborate between those two.
that's a very, very good point, because Tuvalu was a collection of digital nomad in a physical space together. So before we answer some questions from the audience, I have last fun question to ask everyone. What's your MBTI? I'm ENFP.
INTJ.
Yes, I'm ESFP, very E, but for the other three, I'm very in the middle. I'm INFJ.
I am together in the JP, working back and forth.
Well, thank you. So now we would like to ask some questions from the audience. I apologize that I may not see you when you raise your hand, but other people can.
Any other question? Thank you.
Hello, I'm a student at Ministerial High School, and my question is, what was the age range of the people there?
I think it was like a pretty big mix. Like we had a speaker that was 17 years old, so she was still in high school, and we had up to like maybe 70, 80. I'm not even sure. There's like a huge age range. I would say the average age is late 20s, but we had a really big group of young people there too.
So if Zuzulu is to come to Palau, what would you, Palauians like to see that we do or interact with? What would you like to learn or see happening from Zuzulu?
We have a question from Senator.
Wondering if Zuzulu is as a vow.
Well, the thing with being a DAO is that like you have to actually commit to like the governance and like what is the scope of the thing and what is the scope of the thing, and like it requires a certain like level of a certain level of formalization, which I think is that like eventually get importance for something like this, but it's like importance that like the thing that's much worse than not having a DAO is being stuck in a DAO that's suited with the wrong structure, right? Like, you know, like you don't want to be. The one thing I've said from day one is that like we're not launching a development, right? Like that, you know, if Zuzulu had been, you know, like 43% owned by Paradigm in the 60s, yeah, I think it would have been, you know, a very different vibe, right? But, yeah, so I'm personally, I'm just like waiting to see, you know, like what governance, you know, like ideas he will propose. I actually think there have been some proposals recently that haven't worked out yet. But there's like this, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we just use our own technology stuff. I'm looking forward to the delegation.
But I also think that it was kind of an experiment to see if there were additional governance things beyond what people have been doing, existing with DAOs, right? So expanding on what DAOs can do potentially, and just like thinking outside of the box.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you all for coming. Speaking this morning, on the concept of Zuzulu, I'm very ignorant to it, but could it potentially become something like, you know, how we have digital nomads where people go from space to space? Could this become a digital city, nomadic city, a digital nomadic city that moves from place to place? Or do you envision it staying where your experimental location was? We talk about Palau now as perhaps being a location for Zuzulu per se, or would it be something in your mind where other places could construct something similar and then they establish a sister city partnership in a sense? Like, for example, instead of being like Upolu for Palau, for instance, Upolu for CNMI, and then they all have some type of similarities but differences, and then they all coordinate together. What structure did you have in mind at this early stage? With Zuzulu, and it's such a unique and interesting comment. I just like to congratulate you guys on the brainchild behind this concept.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, actually, yeah, because a lot of like historical and nomadic societies and tribes did move together as groups, right? Like you'd have groups of, you know, roughly like Denmark number size, like 1 or 200 people that move around between different places together. And there's a lot to that model, right? Like, you know, you have novelty on your physical location, but you still, you know, like keep your relationships across your life. I think for this, it's, you know, as we work with people like to say it's still early days, and you know, lots of things going forward are possible. So, you know, like, things like this may well end up happening. And I mean, the other thing is that, you know, you don't need permission from any of us to start, you know, or so, you know, if you want to, you just, you know, like start this on your own, you're welcome to do that too. Awesome.
Yeah, I definitely think we don't want to own the trademark, and we've been very encouraging of forks. Like, we want people to spin out. So, you know, in the future, it could look like that there's 10 different ongoing Zuzulus at the same time under different names. You find the one that fits you. They can be slightly different in variation. Like, we can explore together, and if something doesn't work, we roll it back in one. If something works well in another, we adopt that everywhere. So yeah, this is all up for grabs. And in the future, like, who knows? Maybe we'll build a permanent city. Maybe someone else will. So yeah, I think it's read on for more information. No spoilers now.
I think there's actually been quite a number of people who were at Zuzulu that have already been starting to fund like the future Zuzulus, or like there has been other digital nomad cities, for example, like Prospera in Honduras, which was like one of them, and they're actually building like a real like city that is actually kind of like has their own jurisdiction. So we've definitely seen a lot of people starting to already fund for like what post Zuzulu looks like, according to their own terms, and I think it's definitely something that we want to encourage because. It really depends on like what you're looking for, and you can really just define the Zulu experience according to what you want it to look like.
Thank you. Have you heard of Satoshi Island? It was incorporated in Sakau in the Marshall Islands, and it's actually physically located in the Solomon Islands. And I think they're doing the same thing as far as building this island that they bought for digital nomads to go and do all these things that they're doing. So in the Marshalls, we lead the world in registering DAOs, and we're open for non-profit DAOs and also for-profit DAOs. And we've actually introduced legislation, and we've recognized, I think, close to 100 DAOs right now to register in the Marshalls, and one of them is actually Satoshi Island. Thank you.
Well, yeah. I haven't heard of Satoshi Island before, but that's very cool.
They have to do the Marshall Islands too.
Anything possible?
All right, thank you. Is that all? No, I guess next now we will have in Palau, we will also probably move to Marshalls. So thank you, everyone, and I hope to continue this conversation. And at this trip, we will then explore possibilities and feasibilities of enabling this digital nomad tribe here and make Palau as one of the homes for many of us. Also, another thing, not only there are Zulu members on stage, there are also a lot of Zulu members in the invited speakers down there. So you can just talk to a lot of the Web3 people here. Actually, many of them are Zulu contributors. Okay, so. Well, that was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the panel. Now we have the next speaker, who is also a speaker that we are very honored to have here, traveling all the way from New York City. And we will welcome James Wallace, who is the VP, Vice President of CBDC from Ripple, which is a company that is instrumental for enabling Palau stablecoin project. And James Wallace will share some of the, not only the Palau stablecoin and also the CBDC vision, and also what it is a CBDC. I know a lot of Palauans here are curious and interested to hear that.
optimization of wire transfer things. Now
initiatives and also what Ripple has been doing for the world, for the betterment of the payment cross-border payment. So next, we have a very special guest too. We have Christophe Ebel, the co-founder and CEO of nomadic, which is a startup company, but Christophe is no short of achievements. He's traveling from Geneva, used to be a diplomat, and also worked for the his new government as well on a lot of tech and crypto technology advisory. And the topic of his talk, which will be very, very interesting after Mr. James Wallace talk, title us, it's a very long title. From ecosystem services to monitoring policies, valuing Palau's natural capital as a backing of CBDC. So that's welcome, Christophe.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ryan. And yeah, the first correction to my slide obviously is the CBDC has to go with the stable coin. But the concept actually comes from discussions with other countries as well, specifically the Maldives, which has a central bank, and also other countries that we're working with at this point. So what I want to do is actually kind of bridge a little bit the two topics or the two big realms that we're talking about this morning. A lot about currencies, about digital currencies and the possibilities of blockchain. Tomorrow we're going to have a lot of conversation about the tokenization, and specifically also the question of sustainability and how the interaction between the blockchain world and the sustainability, let's say the carbon, blue-green carbon world works. And this is what my talk's about. I want to paint a little bit of a vision for you that is bringing in this also the question of sovereignty for Palau, in the sense that my thesis is, I'm going to say this right up front, is that you are sitting or standing on incredible wealth right now. And I think intuitively, this is already being recognized quite seriously by the Palauan people and the Palauan government, namely the natural assets that you have, and you're protecting them, you're stewarding them in a very admirable way. Now the question becomes, in terms of diversification, as His Excellency the President mentioned this morning, diversifying the economy into other fields, there is a big value to be unlocked in those assets. And I think that I want to talk about this today with you and take you on that little journey and see how where we can go. Yeah, this doesn't look like we can go anywhere. That way I can advance this slides. On the right. Yeah. So hit me in. Where's the receiver?
Yeah, receiver.
Pointed to what? Okay, well, can I just ask for the next slide? Sorry. Manual input, okay. Fantastic. Yeah. Okay, cool. So why is there so much value now, maybe as opposed to a couple of years ago? Don't actually read this, because I know I shouldn't do the text and slides, and we discussed this, I know. But I'll distribute those to you. So this is basically your notes space, right? So you don't have to take notes. So why is there so much value now locked into an ecosystem? So as we are in the 21st century, we're basically running up to planetary boundaries. I'm not going to go through the whole industrialization history, but at least since 1971, when we read, well, not me, but our previous generation read the report by the Rome Club of Rome, saying we're running up against certain planetary boundaries. And now we are actually experiencing that in terms of multiple crises, in terms of global climate change, and also in terms of biodiversity loss, etc. So we are in a situation where an intact nature and intact ecosystems have become increasingly valuable as an asset, right? And this has really changed the landscape. Another thing that has changed the landscape is that not only are we intellectually aware of this,
we have also started to establish mechanisms, global mechanisms that are attempting to deal with this, right? At least in terms of climate, we have a bunch of international agreements, commitments by nations to go into reducing greenhouse gases and to increasing biodiversity. I'm mentioning this because those mechanisms are going to be really important when we talk about how you can access that value that is stored right now inside of your functioning and well-protected ecosystem. So these are the points essentially I want to bring up before I actually go into the topic, because it's important to frame that properly. And the last point I want to mention is that technology now has reached a point where we actually can unlock these things using technology in a safe and reproducible way. And I'm talking obviously about blockchain technology coupled with IoT, coupled with satellites, etc. So I want to add another concept here that's really, really important, because it drives essentially the whole idea of what's behind the value in ecosystem services such as Palau. So, and most of you will be familiar with this if you have taken any economics 101 class. You will notice, so any activity, any industrial or any activity, in fact, whatsoever that you undertake has a direct goal and you're working for that. This is going to be on your balance sheet, but it also produces some side effects that you not necessarily have on your balance sheet. Like, for instance, if you're driving a car, you produce a certain amount of noise and pollution, and you're not necessarily paying for this, what you're doing there. Some of it is taxed, some of it is offset, but not everything. So these will be typically externalities. They don't go on your balance sheet. They kind of are pushed off on the balance sheet of society of nature. Vice versa, you also have positive externalities. Like if you start planting a lot of trees in your garden, that is a great thing for yourself, but you also have side effects that are positive. And typically those positive externalities aren't valued either. So you're not actually getting money for what you're doing here. And that's this concept of having a price tag on externalities, both negative and positive, is the driver behind how you can value ecosystem services in a coherent manner and in a logical manner. And that's at the heart of this concept here. The tragedy of the commons basically is that what I mentioned before is, as we're running up against the planetary boundaries, essentially we are too many, we are too fast, and we are producing now too much stuff that goes through this cycle of extraction from the ground, turning that into material goods and then turning it into trash, essentially. So that's kind of the cycle we're looking at. That worked really well when we were 500 million people and the planet was really big. Now we have an entire, we have the global south coming, fortunately, into a situation where, out of poverty into middle classes, and that just produces an even bigger footprint. We have essentially industrial growth is dependent on actually exploiting those resources. So here's our dilemma, and as these goods, namely clean air, clean water, etc., were free, we had just used them, and now we're in a different situation. But that really drives the value game. So a lot of the attempts to help to sort of get ourselves back into a survival situation where we can actually survive this and prosper as a planet are based on nature-based solutions, on nature capital. So the question here becomes not only how can we stop polluting, but actually how can we align the economic incentives correctly so that we're not just forbidding people from polluting or punishing people from polluting. In fact, how can we create economic incentives that are aligning planetary goals, SDGs, whatever you want to call them, with economics properly? So if we're looking at how do we establish this value now? when we look at the concept of ecosystem services, and I want to just quickly explain what that is. So and how important it is. Ecosystem services are essentially the entirety of the positive outcomes from an ecosystem simply existing and being protected and being in its natural state. That is one thing is obviously carbon sequestration, but of course there is other benefits such as in the case of trees filtering the air, retaining water in the soil, improving soil quality. In case of marine ecosystems, it's definitely biodiversity, blue carbon, and also providing fish and food actually for many ecosystem chains, right? Food chains here. So what it means is that functioning ecosystems are fundamental to planetary survival, to our actual existence, and are responsible directly or indirectly for more than 50% of global GDP. So this is absolutely not something we can ignore, even if we were to reduce and extract all the carbon from the air right now. We would still need to work with biodiversity and make sure that this is also protected. So, and Palau here has an incredible role to play and has an exemplary function, obviously. Now, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go through this. This is just to scare you a little bit. About how to actually value this, right? So I talked about how important it is, but like, how do you actually value this in now concrete terms for an economy like Palau? So there are many models on how to do this. Here's a total economic value model. There's other kind of legacy models that are looking at basically how much can you sell a tree for, how much can you sell something for, plus some perceived value. But we have advanced since then, and here's just a screenshot of an article that one of our advisors, Mr. Ralph Chami, has written, and he became kind of famous because he has established sort of the value of certain species. So if we were, for instance, whales and elephants. So for instance, if we were to pay a whale a salary for the individual's contribution to our planet, that would be around $2 million over the lifetime of this of the animal, right? So and these are not just figures that are coming from thin air. That's actually scientifically and peer-reviewed literature. So this is establishing the value, the ecosystem value here of individual species, but of course we can do the same thing for entire ecosystems, right? So the many whales, including all their food chains, etc. And now you're starting to understand that the value of a living animal, in this case the whale, is way higher than what you could technically sell that whale for. Or in other words, if you have a tree that's a living tree, the value of that tree is way higher as a living tree than what you could sell the timber for. So that concept now starts to make sense when I said before, okay, how can we align economic incentives with the goals that we actually have? If we are able to establish the value of those services, then we can start, okay, time's up, I guess.
It's okay.
Can we restart this thing?
You're good. It's still over there. Let's do over there.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I think I feel sort of left brain a little bit anyway, so I'm going this side here. So then we can establish, if we can reliably establish that value, we can start now kind of crowding out extractive, destructive types of economic activity in favor of more profitable economic activity when we are actually creating this economic value. Now, I'm going to try and go into two things that we need to do in order to do that. And so we're going to use the blockchain, obviously, to do that, to record that value. But also we have to measure it. So let's say we're happy with the methodology. I mean, this is that's a seminar in itself. We're not going to go into this, but let's say we have established a consensus on the methodology on how to value this, like the whale, $2 million, right? We say like a coral reef, such and such amount, okay? So we established this. Then the next thing we need to do is we need to measure it, right? Physically. Now we're going to get into the actual thing. This is not just a vision, it's something that can actually happen today. So we can, we're going to have to measure this. And this is what's usually called monitoring, reporting, verification, MRV in this space. And many of you guys will be familiar with this. One thing I want to say here is we're all very happy and excited about the blockchain, but blockchain itself cannot really create trust. It can transport trust really well, but we have to establish it at the beginning. When we bring something on chain, it has to be trustworthy already, whether it's an identity or in this case, the value of an ecosystem. Here, what you see here is that it's an infrared satellite that is measuring the addition of biomass in a forest. And trying. Can you advance the slide, please? Oh, there's another, yeah, perfect. And so what we are doing here, and this is concretely what's actually happening. So what we're doing is basically we're taking those measuring points, in this case also satellite, or or sediment measures of sediment profile imagery for typically for the Palau application, that would be great, or ePNA, whatever it might be. We're taking those measurements, we're making sure that we cross-reference it, and then we create a secure digital asset based directly on those measurements, right? And that means we have now created an asset that lives on the blockchain, that has a secure origination that is mostly technology-based, but can also be based on traditional, ancient stewardship techniques, right? It doesn't have to be exclusively technology. It can live together with what has been happening specifically in Palau or other island nations already for centuries. So this can be fused together to create those kinds of assets. Can I go to the next slide? Yeah, well, okay, no, it works. So I'm not going to go through this. This is something if you have questions, but here's the okay, so how much? What's the value? And so I've done a little bit of research, and this is not the first time we're doing this. So there's always a survey and a scoping, etc. And what usually comes out are very, very high numbers. And I'm presenting this here not because I want to say this is realistically what you're going to get in cash, but it gives you an idea of, if you're taking this seriously and you're taking a serious scientific methodology, economic methodology, you are getting into very high numbers. And we're talking about this per year. This is not something that's like an established, it's not a mineral deposit. These are services. So these are, they're based on a natural capital, but these are services. So I want to caution, of course, against taking this at face value directly in this sense, but it gives you an idea of the order of magnitude that if we're able to bring that into an international context, and if we're able to value this inside of existing frameworks or new frameworks, such as the Paris Agreement, we can actually get to very, very substantial numbers. And this is why we believe that not only can this generate revenue directly, but it can also back, let's say, a stable coin in terms of value. And if we're talking about backing this, and by the way, this is not a new concept, right? So the idea of natural capital accounts is around for more than 10 years, and is well documented as well. This is not new stuff per se, right? So if we're talking about backing a national stable coin, a national currency with your own national assets in the same thinking of what you already are doing in terms of protecting your environment, we're getting to a point where we say, here's a nationally centered, sovereign way of backing your national currency or your national assets, however they're configured in this case with the stable coin. But we're talking about something quite substantial, and this could be a real shift in how things are sorted out. So again, here's how this would work. I will share this slide. So this is something just to kind of look into. Just a last point here, this is kind of, I'm sort of anticipating a question here. So how could we extract liquidity against that, right? You can say like, yeah, cool. I mean, so you have $50 billion a year like you're sitting on, but how can you make can you extract some actual liquidity from that? So in the Paris Article 6.2, and this is kind of like a much talked about piece in the industry, it is possible to trade between countries. So let's say Canada doesn't meet their CO2, their greenhouse gas reduction goals. Well, they can go to Palau and say, hey, could you sell some of your excess wealth that your blue carbon in this case, and we will pay you with Canadian dollars or US dollars in exchange. So this is how this can potentially work, and this is based on international frameworks and bilateral agreements. This is all agreed on. Tangible benefits of this, and this is my last slide here. We have this, as I mentioned, this obvious connection between your natural treasure and your national capital accounts. You can reduce your cost of capital on the international debt markets, and intact ecosystems become truly more valuable than exploited ecosystems. In fact, protection is now economically viable and profitable beyond just tourism, tourism is just like one piece of an ecosystem service, right? But there's much, much more than that. It can be implemented very fast. The technology is here, the frameworks are here, and the expertise is here. So this is your summary, and we will definitely share the slides so you can read out on this. And I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to some questions.
Thank you, Christoph, for sharing this very exciting talk about Palau's natural resources, tokenizing it, and also to trade internationally. So now we would like to have 2 questions from the audience. Of course, Christoph will be here for the whole weekend. You can just, this is him, we can ask him anytime. But anybody has questions with this CBDC questions.
Ask me over lunch or during the breaks, and yeah, let's see how we can implement that for Palau.
Right. So now we are coming to the last talk in the morning. And before I introduce the speakers, I would just want to remind everyone that after this, we have a lunch that we got lunch boxes from Tori, and you can pick up the lunch in the restaurant downstairs. Everybody here, you will have a lunch box free of charge. So get it, and appreciate it, and then stay for the afternoon. Okay, so now allow me to introduce the last speaker of the morning section, and it's Patrick Friedman, and his talk is about competitive governance in a sea setting, which is a floating sustainable nation. Patrick Friedman is a legendary figure in the network state movement. He was the one that started the first network state project, sea setting, which inspired Polaji and a lot of people in the space. He focused on new governance or competitive governance in this case. And Patrick is also an investor in this new frontier sector and has advised a lot of countries' governments on digital transformation. So he is not here with us today. He is sitting in his home in Austin, Texas. So he will be giving the lecture online. He really wished he could come, but I think he broke his leg, so that's why. So do we have him on Zoom now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Patrick. This is.
Hello. Oh, you're muted, so I guess it's all me. Let me start the presentation.
Sustainable floating nation. Here you go, Patrick.
All right. That should be my screen. Okay. See if this works. Hey, I'm Patrick Friedman, and like Elaine said, I've been working a long time, over 20 years, on how to upgrade governments for more innovation and how to improve faster using these tools that Elaine mentioned. And since I've been around for a while, I'm going to use my history in the sector to introduce some of these tools for innovation. So after college, I chose to live in Silicon Valley, and there were great things about it, but I really wasn't happy as a citizen. There were two main issues. First, I'm a libertarian, which means I tend to be progressive on social issues and conservative on economic ones. And in the US and most of the world, these really aren't mainstream beliefs. So there's no mainstream party representing them. And in a democracy, that means there's very little chance that my values will be enacted. And the second issue is just quality of service. Like, I can walk into any store in a mall here in America, and I get way better customer service than if I visit the Department of Motor Vehicles, way better. But this doesn't have to be. If I visit a place like Estonia, Singapore, or Dubai, it's different. The government actually functions efficiently as if they care about me as a customer. But, you know, that said, those countries weren't right for me because they didn't match my values. And in fact, I looked around the world and there were, you know, different packages, good and bad, but I didn't really find anything that really matched my values and was well run. And so that got me started thinking and researching about why this might be true and how to fix it. You know, originally so that I could live in a country that was right for me, but eventually I realized it was much bigger than that. And if we could enable governments to innovate and upgrade, then lots of different people could live in countries that were right with them. People with totally different beliefs than me could maybe create communities that became countries around their own beliefs. So to understand this, I turned to economics and political theory. And you know, as a tech guy in the Valley, there's definitely some startup concepts there too. And I'd say the brief summary of my theory is that old ways of change that work within the system can only bring small improvements. That's important, but at the same time, we need a way to test ideas for big upgrades. And eventually, we need to be able to start new countries that are intentionally designed from scratch to serve their citizens well, kind of the new technologies, just as representative constitutional democracy, what became the industry standard because it was way better than what came before. I want to find the other forms of government, the new forms of government that weren't even possible 100 years ago, forms that use the internet, for example, that might have changed things just a little bit. And I want to find those. So this requires experiments, and we have some examples. So today's regulatory sandboxes in the US and Europe are a much weaker version of this idea, where they let select companies test ideas under more flexible regulation for a limited period of time. Dubai pioneered the kind of modern zone approach of changing out part of government, which is actually what I work on now. Back in 2004, they created the Dubai International Financial Center. This was an area that had totally different commercial law than Dubai and the rest of the UAE. And it was even in a different language. It was English. They copied them from London and modified them. And another thing that we based our work on was in 2009, Nobel laureate Paul Romer, he pitched this idea of charter cities and his take on the economic benefits that was, you know, partly based on what Dubai had done, but expanding it in new ways. And what we needed was not just one or two examples, right? The need to upgrade government, the need to test new rules and institutions, this is needed all over the world. So what I was thinking is that I had to find some repeatable way to help any country that wanted to do this. And so the first period of my work in the 2000s was focused on building on the ocean. Back in the early 2000s, I was in two small group discussions. One was about starting countries, and the other is about floating cities. This was before Dubai and before Romer. And so these ideas about trying out new systems of regulation, new institutions, they were much too new to bring to nations. I mean, not even close. But given that, I realized that maybe we could create new jurisdictions and maybe even someday startup countries if we lived on the ocean. I mean, after all, a lot of governance innovation has always happened on the frontier. I mean, that's how America started. And maybe if modern engineering could enable ocean life, open up a new frontier, then we could unleash a huge wave of innovation, trying out all kinds of things and finding some that worked way better and bring governments, laws, and institutions into the 21st century. One example of this, I got a little bit of validation, as in 2002, this cruise ship launched, the World. It was the first and probably the still only that was designed for full-time residency traveling around the world. Unfortunately, the unit sold so poorly that the management company actually sold it to the high net worth residents after a year and a half, but they've kept it running ever since. So in 2003, I wrote this paper about the theory and economics of the global governance market and why there's so little innovation and how startup cities might change that. I joined Google in 2004. And in my spare time, I read a whole book on this idea of seasteading, started building a little community. And eventually I was funded by Peter Thiel in 2007 to start a nonprofit around this called the Seasteading Institute. It was the first modern nonprofit, as Elaine mentioned, that was talking about these ideas for how to make new institutions. And the funding from Peter Thiel was kind of the beginning of this alliance between tech and new innovative zones. I mean, look, we who want to upgrade governance, we want innovation, we want new things that work better and not just in theory, but are actually built. And Silicon Valley Tech was the place in the world to do this, the place that picked ideas that seemed crazy, the right ones, and then built world-changing companies around them. This idea was way too big for any one person or nonprofit, so I traveled the world for several years, creating a new movement and community around these ideas. One thing I hadn't expected is that it didn't just attract innovators, but it turned out there was a whole world of people with their ideas about how to build better homes and cities and societies for sustainability and self-sufficiency. And they had their own technologies they wanted to use, you know, their own sustainable energy plans or new home building technology. And they were hungry to test these ideas. And it was really hard to, because what they needed was to build communities from scratch with other like-minded people. And I also spread this crazy idea enough that it was made fun of by The Onion and the Colbert Report. And to me, the combination of support from someone like Peter Thiel and being made fun of by the mainstream told me that I was definitely on the right track. So with this startup mindset, I decided that the next step was leaving the institute, finding someone else to run it, and to start a business which would complement it so we could put these ideas in practice. An early PayPal employee and I started exploring the concept of a cruise ship for medical tourism. And then the Honduras Zeta program was launched. It was just incredibly groundbreaking. It was the first program in the world where regulators would select private companies to administer zones like in Dubai that had their own commercial law. Of course, being part of Honduras, these zones were under their constitution, all of their treaties, and used their criminal law. The failure of the world cruise ship as a business shows the downside of the ocean. It's an incredible place, but it's difficult and expensive to build there. Now, we saw that cost constantly falling as technology improved, And we'd really hoped that we could speed it up and find ways to make it affordable. And the Seasteading Institute is still doing it. But what I saw was an opportunity to create a new jurisdiction on land and work with the host country. So with several co-founders and fighting from Peter Thiel and others, I started a charter city company, probably the first, working to build one of these zones in Honduras. But after a year of work, we realized that we were too early. Honduras had changed their constitution, but they hadn't allocated any budget yet. And this was a really new program that was going to take quite a bit of work to bring to reality, years probably. So we wound up the company, and it wasn't until 2017 actually that they really got going. And meanwhile, a team from the Seasteading Institute founded Blue Frontiers, which worked with French Polynesia for a seastead near shore with its special economic zone. They were planning to build just off Tahiti, but eventually there were elections and people said, hey, that might be an eyesore on our beautiful island. So they were given the opportunity to start fresh with a different island if they could get the mayor's agreement, but they just hadn't raised enough money to continue. And by the way, French Polynesia is a great example of delegating regulatory authority for those who are having trouble understanding, right? There's the EU, which has some regulatory authority over France. And then France, which is sovereign, delegates some of its sovereignty to French Polynesia, it gets some independent. And then each island within French Polynesia has really significant autonomy that's passed down from the colony. And so there's actually this whole stack of jurisdictions. Another example is countries that delegate a narrow area to a private company. You could say Liberia with its flag registry, and there are many more examples of these public-private partnerships. Anyway, so I went back to work at Google actually while this was happening, and the movement kept growing. It had new leaders, and there were a bunch of new nonprofits created. The Free Cities Foundation, the Startup Societies Foundation, and the Charter Cities Institute. And what was strange was that there was an unexpected generational effect happening as the high school and college kids who heard my ideas in 2008 were now in their 20s or early 30s, many of them successful entrepreneurs. And the next milestone was 2017, when the Honduras program was finally operational, and they gave the first preliminary approval to Honduras Prospera. Seeing that this was actually really happening in the physical world led me to start Pronomos Capital, which is the first investment fund for these innovative zones and charter cities. It's anchored by greats from Silicon Valley like Peter Thiel, first check from Balaji Srinivasan of the Network State. We have incredible investors like Mark Andreessen, Joe Lonsdale, Naval Ravikant. And our first check, actually, before we even formed a legal entity, was to Prospera in 2018. And then our first check after we launched in late 2019 was to Prospera to lead their Series A, because they're really the leader in doing this kind of thing on land. And over the past 4 years, we've invested in and worked with quite a bunch of companies. So besides Honduras Prospera, there's the Praxis Society, which has 15,000 people who want to build a society together, young, ambitious entrepreneurs. And they're actually talking to Italy and Greece right now about locating there. There's Etana in Nigeria, founded by E, who started 2 of Africa's 7 unicorns. Etana is to be a tech hub in Nigeria with better governance and reliable infrastructure. Etana recently got the first digital special economic zone in Africa, which offers incorporation and e-residency. There's Small Farm Cities building in Malawi. They have a full stack solution to turn empty land into profitable farming communities. They're growing like crazy, and they're going to build a network of villages that turn into a network of small cities and begin innovating in governance, building regional hospitals, and continuing to grow. And of course, our most recent investment in Click-Through Prospera, that's Small Farm Cities, and our most recent investment in Metropolis. I met Martin 5 years ago, and I saw an extremely like-minded visionary with his own really interesting ideas on how to bring this stuff into practice. It's been a real pleasure to be a small part of the Metropolis team and contribute to the innovative programs they're working on here in Palau. For me, having been around so long and starting with so little, it's just amazing. I'm amazed every day to see how this sector of trying to upgrade and innovate in governance has gone from theories to reality. As we say in Silicon Valley, right now, it's time to build. I and my portfolio companies are working with a dozen countries around the world who know that in the 21st century, success requires innovation. I think we have every continent except Antarctica. Among these countries, of course, is Palau, where I've had the pleasure of working with President Whips on what the best approach is for this country. I've been very impressed with how open-minded he and the rest of you are to these new ideas. I'm excited to build things together, and I know that some of you are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, for your thorough teaching and enlightenment in this frontier sector. One thing I forgot to mention, Patrick comes from a very legendary family. Not only he is a visionary, his grandfather is the Nobel Prize winner in economics, Milton Friedman. And Patrick, of course, himself has created, enabled, empowered a lot of development in this. So now we are approaching lunchtime, but before that, we are taking maybe 2 questions for Patrick. Since he's not here, this is your only chance to ask him a question this weekend. All right, so I guess everyone is hungry. Well, thank you, Patrick, for your time. And if people want to ask more questions, I will have them to message you. And yes, thank you and have a good evening.
Thanks for having me.
Bye. All right, so the lunch will be served session at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. So don't be late and stay tuned.
Yes. During the lunchtime, please don't forget to sign up for the trip to to see the stone money quarry, number 1. And then also, please don't forget to visit the booths outside and meet our sponsors and get to know them a little bit better. Thank you, and let's network and have lunch downstairs.
if we could bring up the presentation, if you have the screen, that would be super helpful.
The presentation.
Thank you, but I can already start speaking to you a little bit about what the foundation that I represent here does. We look into the future of governance largely. We understand that this is becoming a core issue that is a dependency on which so many other issues are dependent. So we believe that it has to be looked at with a very close focus of attention. We discover governance from various perspectives, primarily technological capabilities, what could be done in the field of governance from the technological perspective. And here, of course, all the emerging technologies from blockchain to AI to other emerging technologies are super helpful, but we need to understand how to make sure that governance is becoming more decentralized, more transparent, more participatory thanks to these technologies. Importantly, we also think that it's not just the machines that have to be upgraded, but also the human beings. The way the world operated up until this point brought us here. And so maybe it's time to reassess the qualities, the very qualities of the leadership that are required to enact the change that we want to see in the world. We also deal with what we call the new realities, and that is understanding how we can look differently at the economic systems, educational systems, governance systems of the world, because clearly many of them are less relevant because they were based on the premises of the past that helped create them, but they might be not so relevant anymore. And frankly, we're big believers in the optimistic visions for the future, because the doom and gloom that we see around the world today makes us think that there's not much we can do, and we're sort of going into this abyss. But in fact, many of the things that we will discuss here today are actually creating optimism, creating hope, creating agency. And so we're trying to highlight the good parts of what we're collectively building, rather than just focusing on the negative ones. We like to say at Research Foundation that governance is a new climate, in a sense that when you look back at the history of the climate movement, some decade ago, it was not a discussion that was not everywhere. It was behind closed doors, the scientists were really concerns, but it was sort of marginalized. Very hard to believe right now, but it was. And so we argue that the same thing might be happening with governance. Right now, it's a discussion in places like this, in places like Zuzalo, it's a little bit of experimentation going on everywhere, but it's not so widespread as it might be, and I would argue will be in the next decade. So for that matter, we need to look at how we can help define the challenges that we've identified as the following. The world is increasingly divided. It's always an agenda of us versus them. And there are very limited spaces where we can try collaborative approaches. Zuzalo, where I was, is one. Hopefully in Palau, the digital nomads community can create something, but these spaces are very, very limited. Governance systems worldwide are very obsolete. They're based on the past. And if you think about it, we still rely on the international system of the 20th century, rather towards the financial institutions. We look at the democratic tools of the 19th century, representative democracy, elections. They're all great, but we might need to experiment to see what else they could bring. And we rely on very few things that are actually relevant for today. The global media agenda is only exacerbating what we have right now. As I said, there is a lack of alternative narratives that are more optimistic. And the basic technological change is very steep, as opposed to the moral development that is sort of staling. And this is the research we have done, looking at 6,000 years of history of civilization. We're advancing very fast in technology, ethics and morality kind of staling, and the growing gap is something that we can really discuss and look at, and it's sort of urgent that we do that. We look at all the ways in which governance could get upgraded. And for that, we've also created something that is open source, and we welcome your contributions called the Future Governance Goals, much like SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. They are a visionary framework to aspire to get to certain governance principles. And we need some sort of a guiding star. So we've crowdsourced the creation of them.
And it's still work in progress, so I implore you to also have a look and discuss together all of these principles that would hopefully make the governance better, more decentralized, more efficient, more participatory for people. And of course, I was already given a sign of 5 minutes. We are looking into some particular examples from around the world of how communities and countries are already upgrading their governance. And here, just some very few examples that might inspire you, especially if you represent smaller and more agile nations. It's really obvious that these experiments are way more likely to happen in places that could afford being more agile. So some of these things, a lot of DAOs are creating enormous change by experimenting with how the participants govern themselves through holding tokens, through being, at the edge of how their community is developing, but also countries. Recently, Estonia has adopted the DAO for their e-residents. So now e-residents are helping shape that. We have quadratic voting experiments happening very modestly and very humbly, but it's already starting. In the US, Colorado, they're basically experimenting with those. There are some decentralized sovereign ID experimentation going on. About 600 companies right now working on creating different sorts of SSI, but also countries and cities. Toronto, Canada is adopting some of the leading edge SSI solutions. There are blockchain-based land and property records in several countries already. There are supply chain traceability and transparency being adopted in corporate governance and in cities around the world. And of course, the protocols used by Ethereum, where people could contribute their ideas and vote on those ideas and this way enact the governance layer that are participatory driven is a very good example of that. But also countries like Lithuania trying to enact the decentralized governance with blockchain in the very same fashion. There are token-based incentive systems for public goods. There are some climate governance and carbon markets where you can trade and purchase carbon credits to offset your carbon footprints. Barbados is the champion of pledging to become carbon neutral. And of course, Palau with the Palau pledge is a great example of how governance could become more innovative, but also how a small country could create an example for the whole world that I hope many more will follow. Citizen participation is on the rise everywhere in the world. There's impact investment in DeFi space using NFTs. So the innovation is booming, but these examples are still very few, very few. So I implore you to also be sharing, collecting, exchanging these examples and promote innovative cultures wherever you are, the cultures of experimentation. But of course, I know I'm out of time. Very important that we do not only look at technology and innovative spaces, but look for innovative spaces within ourselves. Clearly, if we want to bring about the change that is needed and defy the status quo, we need to look at things in a different fashion. The status quo has to go, we need to transcend the traditional understanding of authority and understand that without safeguarding human rights, without fostering the collaboration, without catering to the planetary needs, we cannot survive quite literally. So this is yet another dimension that we could look at each together. But since we're out of time, I will invite many of you to have one-on-one discussions and keep exploring. But really, it's always through collaboration and exchanging these examples and communities like this that we can, bring about this change that is very much overdue and heavily needed. So hopefully, governance can be seen not only as part of the solution, but also part of the solution of the problem. Thank you very much, and we will.
Ms. Casillas, let's have one question from the audience. Ms. Casillas worked with, she told me she was supposed to present this work in the UN meeting in September, but she wanted to accomplish it earlier. So we have to talk about it. So one question from the audience?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I was just wondering, you spoke about, like, changing governance, government mindsets and all of that. What did you think of what, President, Whips had talked about this morning in terms of where Palau is headed? And he really laid out, I think, the vision, of Palau. And I think, the governments, the folks, our friends from Marshalls, I think even from CNMI, were also particularly interested in that. Because I think you're right, we do see the world changing. There is a lot of doom and gloom. And so I think there is this sort of search for something new, something that gives us that hope. So you can just.
With pleasure. Well, I want to start with just saying that he's a human being. The president is a human being that you can sit next to, talk to his, I've spoken to a lot of different presidents of my career. I can't always say that they're human. But seriously, the fact that he is who he is, I think could really mean that something is possible in Palau. And in terms of what you're building, again, like I said, agile country, small nation, very particular problems that you're trying to solve could be a blueprint for others to follow. Seriously, if you can allow yourself to innovate with that boldness and that, intensity, that can only get you very far. Well, it also has a flip side, because if you're the first ones to try something, you may fail, and you may fail again, but at the same time, somebody has to try it, and it will work, and then it will allow others to follow suit, and it will allow others to see that these things are possible, and we need to change the mindset. And so I think it really starts at home, and it starts with you. So the vision that was presented, I believe, is the one that we need, and many countries actually.
All right, I have another question.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for a great speech. I do have a question about the example that you raised regarding governance. You talk about one example, the residence ID program, and the other example is the Great Pledge of the Palau. So speaking of governance, what are those critical steps that need to be followed in order to establish an effective governance? In order to establish an effective governance,
What are the key
what are
steps?
those key steps? Yes.
Okay, well, that would require probably a much larger keynote. But I think changing the culture. Many governments, and we work with a lot. Many governments are very not willing to fail. And the whole culture in the public service is that we punish the failure. So that mindset makes people super cautious. And this way, it's very difficult to do anything that is a little bit outside of the box. So I think everything starts with culture, and then also exploring what is out there in the world. The reason why I showed all of these examples is because they're already out there. Things have already been tested and tried, and they were actually successful. All of this. So what it takes is just adopting the mindset that helps you to innovate more and use the examples that are already there, get inspired. And then, of course, who is responsible for what? The people that, make the fabric of this innovation. That's, if they're willing and able to understand what the society needs, what the people really need, connect with, those people on the human level, that would be also difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. We were very enlightened by your wisdom here. So, next we have, I'm sorry, after the session, we have like back-to-back 15 minutes talk. So all the speakers, you will have to pay attention to the time limiter. The next speaker is Suzy Yang, co-founder and CEO of Mask Network. And he will be talking about this network state movement and the project he's doing. If you do not know network state means a country of people that is solely on the internet. You engage, you develop, you create, as all over the internet, but not in physical world. Well, sometimes you do, but mostly in the internet. But how do you actually get recognition? How do you actually get other countries to recognize you as a country? That is that. So Suji's title will be Entering Network State, De-Revolution, and the Future of Decentralized Social.
Hello. Yeah, a little bit introduction about myself. And I jump into the crypto space. I think back in 2016, 2017. And then that time I dropped out from college. Before that, I was also a journalist, an engineer, like many different experiences. But after that, I spent most of my time for my project in the decentralized network project. This is something I did before full-time in crypto. It's something called like 996 twice. You probably guys heard of that in the media. That's like the anti-overworking culture in China, and which got viral in 2019. Get reported by all these major media, right? And say like, oh, we should not, overwork, tech workers are workers. But it didn't solve the problem fundamentally. The reason this is like a tech worker class has some fundamental reason, right? And the more we dig into this area, the more we dig out there's nothing to do. And something I learned over the years, and also combined with the knowledge of the network state, we see this on network states, that we are actually in a very interesting state of the cyberspace. So in my opinion, this is not only my opinion, it's like some from interesting opinion. The cyberspace is an independent space. It's like the American, right? America is an independent space, it's the new continent. And all of us is not born in cyberspace. We take the base flower to the cyberspace. Base flower may be our phone, maybe our laptop, but we just somehow move to cyberspace, right? And there's different stage of the governance of the cyberspace. So the first stage is we just found out, oh, there's a cyberspace, there's the internet. It's really cool. People take profit of it, right? People do something of it. It's like the internet boom after 2000. There's a lot of company IPO, a lot of money into the space. That's a little bit like the East Indian company try to colonize every place they found out, right? The second stage, which is what we are experiencing right now, is the huge conglomerates of the IT giants are now trying to take over different places. Like, we're the fintech giants. We're the social giants. Like basically, it's the social giants. So we are taking over, like just some part of the cyberspace, just like the colonized United States. Before the United States colonized certain states, they have different owner, different people to enjoy it. And then the third stage, I think that is the Web 3.0. A lot of people ask me, what is Web 3.0? Like, why it's related with Web 2? Why it's related with internet? I think the real Web 2.0, in my opinion, the ownership, in my opinion, is independence. It's independence, and there's some kind of revolution that the people of cyberspace now actually have the governance right of the cyberspace they live in, or their assets are residing, right? So that stage is right now, and we just entering that stage. We see some very interesting experiments. This morning we saw the founder of the Ethereum, Vitalik, gave these very interesting thought experiments. So what we are at the stage right now. Yeah, so what we are the stage right now is the concept of network state is thought like
to us last year, but this is not really a new concept. So a small explanation of that will say that a lot of the crypto people, like Balaj is the writer of the author of the network state, and other like poor people, we believe that we're transitioning power from the state to the network. Just like I mentioned, I think cyberspace is independent space. It's like the North America is a new continent. So we migrate from the old continent to the new continent, and we people conquering different places. Now we ask for the independence. We ask for to form our own governance. In that process, we may lead to the so-called network state, right? We may have a governance system on the internet. We may have like netizen, which is inflexible. But this is not really a new concept, even though the book is just released like that year. The crypto community is relatively new, only like 3-5 years old to think about this concept. This is not really a new concept. The year I was born, 1996. Okay, this is 2014 from Julian Assange. That he mentioned the word is not slightly, but pretty bad. Into a new transnational dystopia, into our greatest tool for has been transformed into the most dangerous. It's pretty bad words. This is like 2012, and when Julian Assange eventually published his book in 2014, it's going to be translated into many languages. At that time, most of the government don't think that's a real thing. This is good. But now, if you read again, it's pretty, I think it's pretty true that now the internet we have today is a threat to the human civilization. So yeah, we are at this stage. We are at the interesting stage that we want to do something different, but how can we do that? Right? We have this skill that also that to be independent. We have some independent power over top of it, but how can we do that? And what's the plan? What's the roadmap? So yeah, I think the first roadmap is still you have to have some organization. Start NGO or start a company, and the company is still the best way to form kind of like organization that people can contribute in, can have some benefiting. And then you start your own community that's basically related to some proof that you are part of the community, right? In the traditional nation state, proof is called passport. You have a passport. Oh, we are just a member of the passport or this ID. In the cyberspace, it can be different. It can be a token, it can be an NFT. As long as you can identify this address, this guy is a community member, then we just give them a proof, right? It can be a so-called token. And then the next thing is like, start your own currency. So this thing may become valuable, just like we may, like this afternoon, we're going to see a very historical meaning for currency. You can start it. You can start it in your mind. You need to have it. Once you have a community, people say, oh, this is a valuable asset. It's a valuable thing to transfer between transactions with people. Then you start your own currency. Then you start your own country. I think that's theoretically that's going to work, right? And that's hopefully that's going to work. But we're going to break down the details. We're gonna have like a lot of like process, a lot of like roadmaps, one by one, how to do that. So now the AI is the production force. What's 2.0 is like as mentioned, the production innovations that whoever control the data, the asset, and someone to pay your own invented currency to your own unique asset. Eventually we're gonna have this kind of interesting relationship. And the last 5 years, after the launch of Ethereum, after the ICO level, we are now at the stage of pretty much decentralized finance. That we're gonna have the stable coin, we're gonna have everything the same. So in the new cyberspace now, pretty much that we have the new York City. Really, we're in the new cyberspace, pretty much like the new North America, and we have New York City, but we don't have the United States yet. We don't have the governance yet. So, which lead to the governance need to have a lot of people, a lot of conversation, a lot of like, and including entertainment. So that require more communication. Unfortunately, our communication is still, mostly centralized, right? Mostly controlled by Facebook, Twitter. So that's the next stage. I think we're gonna be on. So that Lego going to go to the next level. We're going to have the decentralized social media. We're going to have decentralized entertainment. We're going to mimic the burst of like Hollywood, but in a decentralized manner. That time we're going to have our own country. So that's what we did as a company, as a project, where it's focused on the decentralized social media. But we learned a lot from the historical comparison, historical examples.
This is the historical example that every Chinese probably knows that. Dr. Sun, he's the first Chinese guy who did ICO actually. So yeah, really, because he's famous for raising money, right? And he create money out of nowhere and find like, his name, and it's like Chinese Revolution Bomb, Chinese Revolution Bomb. And if you buy the Chinese Revolution Bomb in like in 1895, and he promised to put the money into his fund, DAO. And he also promised to generate NFT, which is very famous. Minbao at that time was like a famous NFT. And he promised to use all these things to generate the next value. So again, very easy, start a company, start a DAO, then you start a community. People treat the community very seriously. You can buy your asset, buy your currency. Then you put your currency together to generate something unique. Like, cyberspace, AI, and West is very unique. You cannot buy any other, in any other place, you cannot buy AI. You can only buy AI in cyberspace. So you generate something unique, then you start a movement. You start something, have like a social and cultural goal. So just like Dr. Sun saying, he has the goal of Chinese Revolution, which is eventually, I think, was quite successful. He spent a 15-year, he almost did it. Right? So yeah. And that's what we are doing right now. Is like we figure out that we are at the stage that the financial level is almost ready. We almost have the financial freedom in the decentralized space. Everyone can see an on-ramp, buy some Bitcoin, Ethereum, DeFi, trade, collateralize, lending, very easy. But the governance level is not ready. And also the discussion about the social consensus and the social contract is not ready. You need decentralized social media. Otherwise, your valuable discussion about the social discussion and deleted by Twitter, by or whatever, right? So that's very important. And then next level going to be the cultural movement, that we're going to appreciate the cultural created by the community. We're going to appreciate the importance, and that's the next level. In order to do that, we also have like a fund, mostly our own money and our friend money that we just invest and help those people are trying to do this little thing. Yeah, so. Again, a quote from Julia Assange that I don't want to read again, but it's really interesting. Very interesting article, not long. You guys probably gonna take a look. And this is what I believe. This is a quote from the 1996 EFF founder John Peter Barron. His famous statement, his famous declaration of independence of cyberspace. I think we're gonna see the independence of cyberspace in my lifetime, and in our next generation or next generation, we're going to see the new governance of cyberspace coming to our life. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Suji, for discussion and exploration of the network state movement. So as we are short on time, we'll take one quick question. Suji is a really, really influential and helpful investor and founder in this space. This is your chance. Yes.
Hi, Suji, nice to meet you. So I used mask.io before as an extension for Twitter, so now it's X. So I used that to like try to invite my friend on Twitter and also like try to do some giveaway kind of events. And also since right now, like Zuckerberg is trying to stealing users to another like social platform called Threads. And also I tried another like decentralized social network called Demos. So do you think you regard Mask as one of the potential competitors in terms of the social network, in terms of onboarding Web2 users into Web3? Because right now, a lot of Web2 users still feel a little bit scared about jumping into Web3 world. And if you are going to do a social network for Mask, what would you do?
I think right now the whole decentralized network space is quite small. The whole population is just like 1 million. And it's 1 million users. And I think the key is to turn the user interested. That's the key. Because users, you're never gonna have enough, right? Like Facebook have like a few billion, I think 4 billion users. Twitter have like 2 to 3 billion users. Every internet giant, every company has a huge user base, but they just treat user actually as slaves, right?
it's kind of cyber feudalism, right? It's like, oh, this is a Facebook come down, this is a Twitter come down, they have different chains. Sometimes they fight, sometimes they're friends. I think the very important key is to somehow enlighten the user to let them to know they are citizens, they're the network state, whatever citizens. Ethereum did a great job, Bitcoin did a great job, it's too small. And for social and cultural and Ethereum movement, they've been able to bring more users, bring more users into citizens. So I think the goal is not to say, hey, we're going to compete as giants on the user numbers. Say, hey, they got 1 billion, we got like 500 billion. That's not how it works. How it works is like, oh, they got 1 billion users, so we're able to convert like 0.1, 0.1% into citizens. Once they into citizens, they start to ask, oh, can I have my own key? Can I control my own data? And then they're going to start to, do other things like, oh, I want to collateralize my Twitter data and I want to bank some stable coin. Can I do that? And there's no bank allowed to do that in the physical world. There's only the bank in the cyberspace allowed to do that, right? Then they're going to open an account in the cyberspace. And they're going to do other things. They're going to say, hey, I have an AI, AI agent. Maybe on this AI be my girlfriend. Can I do that? There's no physical state allowed, but there will be more interesting state like allow. There's more space allow this kind of experiment. So these users will become citizens, and then you don't need a lot of citizens. Like Singapore only have like 5 million, right? And here it's much more smaller. But as long as you have a core community, then what you have like diplomacy, you will have something very different than commerce. That's a core. Once the conversion rate become much more higher, you're going to have diplomacy over the new state and Facebook. I think that's the goal we're trying to do. I think Davos and Nostr doing a great job. But overall, it's very early. Overall, I think the total interested people and engineers is still quite small. Especially right now, it's going to be a market. So I think it's still a few chances to do. I don't think we're better. It's too early to anything to compete. It's just too early, but it's very promising area. Yeah.
The first session, first block session in the afternoon, we are exploring decentralized governance. How do you actually govern a decentralized community? How can this decentralized community actually help and move and change the world? So that comes to the next speaker, Marcus Aurelius, the core contributor of ClimaDAO, which is the largest climate DAO in the whole world that has facilitated billions of carbon credit on chain, and all from the power of decentralized community. The talk title is Decentralized Governance, exploring for the digital carbon market. So let's welcome Marcus.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Great to be with you here in beautiful Palau. So normally I start my talks by giving an overview of the scale and scope required to address the climate issue. Here in Palau, I think the urgency is self-evident. Between rising sea levels, ocean acidification, and the warming of our planet, it's clear that the time to act is now. So instead, I'm going to jump right in and give an overview of how the carbon markets work today and how we're using decentralized governance and Web3 technology to drive change in that market to have greater scale and more impact. The first thing I want to say is I'm going to speak about carbon markets, but the general principles I'm discussing here could apply to other environmental assets that address other aspects of our exceeded planetary boundaries, such as biodiversity, plastic pollution, etc. But carbon is the most mature environmental asset market out there, so I'm going to focus on that today. I've got 4 broad points. We'll see if I get to all of them, where I think decentralization can serve a role in addressing some of the issues that have existed in traditional carbon markets. The first is disintermediation, which is a fancy word, but it really means something quite simple, which is that in a supply chain where an asset is being produced, whether that's corn or apples or carbon credits, there are a variety of different players in the market. And depending on the market structure, we could advance the slides, please. Depending on the market structure, a lot of the value flowing through these systems can end up being captured by intermediaries who are not directly involved in the underlying economic activity. So this is sort of our let's work now. It's all good. So this is going to be our map for today. It's the structure of the voluntary carbon market. Just briefly, I'll go over this. So in the top half, we have the supply side of the market, which is where the assets are created. And there's really three key players. The most important is the project developers. They're the people on the ground doing the work, planting trees, installing solar panels, whatever the particular activity is. And then you have a registry or standards body that establishes the rules for the game. How do you actually issue these credits? And they serve as a standards body. Finally, you have the validation and verification bodies, and they check the work of the project developer to make sure that they follow the methodology appropriately. I'll get into what a methodology is momentarily. And then on the bottom, we have the demand side, which is where end users who want to support climate action are putting money into the system. And in return, they're getting to make a claim saying, I supported this particular type of project. I supported protecting the Amazon rainforest, or I supported protecting Palau's beautiful marine ecosystems. So in terms of what disintermediation means, I want to start with a simple example. If you go into the grocery store and you buy, say, an apple, that apple was delivered to you from a farmer, but that farmer first sold it to a wholesaler who buys, say, millions of apples. That wholesaler then sold it to a grocery store, and that grocery store then sold it on to you. Conversely, if you go to something like the Aurora night market, which happened last night, you could buy directly from a farmer who produced some bananas, say. And that money that you put into the farmer's hand is going directly toward the person who produced that good. That's the concept of disintermediation. Now, in the carbon markets, traditionally, they've been highly intermediated. There are lots of financial players sitting in between the producers, the product developers, and the end users who want to support those projects. And we believe that we've built technology that uses decentralized finance to disintermediate the financial structure of the carbon markets and get more of the money into the hands of the project developers. So returning to this slide, you can see there's an additional arrow which connects the buyers directly with the project developers rather than going through a complex set of intermediaries. And in particular, we built an application where instead of calling someone on the phone, going back and forth over email, settling via bank transfer, you can go online and see the projects that are available and directly put money into the hands of the project developers. This has dramatically reduced the amount of time it takes to get the credits and settle the transaction. It's also reduced the amount of fees and the fragmentation in the market. So that instead of going around to 3 or 4 different brokers, calling people on the phone for leads, you can go online and see exactly the projects available and decide which one you want to support. And finally, rather than the transaction record being an email, the transaction record in this case is a transparent on-chain record that is there forever. You can share it on your social media pages, and there's no ambiguity about the fact that you supported that particular project. So like I said, we built this product called Carbon Mark that is very familiar if you've ever shopped on Amazon or a similar e-commerce website. You go on to carbonmark.com, you see the different projects that are available, you select which one you want to support, and you can check out with a credit card. Or if you have a crypto wallet, you can also check out using your standard crypto wallet software. Moving on to methodology development. So His Excellency the President this morning talked about how money in Palauan culture derives its value from the stories that are told about that money, whether it's the rhinestones or the turtle shells. And similarly, carbon credits derive their value from the stories that are told about them. And in particular, a methodology is basically a scientific story that has a specific set of steps that the project developer needs to follow. And if they follow those steps and a third party checks that they actually did follow the steps appropriately, they're allowed to issue carbon credits. And that story is what gives the carbon credits their value. But unfortunately, methodology development has historically been a very slow and very closed door process, where you need to go to a standards body, you submit a bunch of documents to them in private, and there is a public consultation phase, but most of the process happens behind closed doors. And so I think there's a big opportunity in methodology development to really open up that process. So you're focusing on the top left part of our diagram. There's a lot of different types of methodologies. I don't have time to go into them, but if you're curious about different methodologies, I'm happy to talk about that over the next few days. But we heard a lot about blue carbon, which is a methodology for protecting or restoring marine ecosystems. You can plant trees is another very popular methodology for removing carbon through tree planting, as well as switching to renewable energy or other changes to industrial processes that reduce emissions. I know the Palau Ocean Foundation is busy developing a blue carbon credit methodology, working with some of the existing standards like Vera. It's a long, slow process. And I think that the centralized governance has a role to play in both speeding up that process and ensuring that all stakeholders have a say in the process of developing the methodology. This is a sample I took from one of the Vera documents where you can see the different stages of methodology development. And there's really two key points I want to make here. One is that only one phase of this process involves the public. All of the other phases happen in private between the Vera staff and the methodology developer. And so I think there's a big opportunity to open up that process, have it be more public and involve more stakeholders. And finally, the last stage of this process is that Vera either approves or rejects the methodology. And the issue here is that no methodology is perfect. They need to change over time. And we have to recognize that those changes don't necessarily undermine the value of the work that went into the projects developed under the first version of the methodology. So I think this process needs to be more circular, where we recognize the need for continual improvement, and we accept that methodologies will evolve over time. So I've coined this notion of Murphy's Law for methodologies. No methodology is perfect, therefore all methodologies will be criticized, and we shouldn't run away from that. We should embrace the fact that methodologies need to evolve over time. Another exciting area for decentralized governance that's more directly related to the work CBDCs is doing is around supporting new projects in a way that's more open and transparent than traditional project financing. So these activities are highly capital intensive. It can take millions of dollars to start up a new carbon credit project. And typically the way these projects are funded is through bilateral agreements, where a financer works with the project developer to provide capital. And once that capital has been provided, a few years go by, and hopefully the project succeeds and they issue their carbon credits. One of the things that we've been able to do through our decentralized governance mechanism at Keynote is to support new projects in public. So here we're focusing on the right side of the diagram, where new projects receive financing. Most of that financing today comes from the same financial intermediaries that sit in between the project developer and the end user. And we think that public governance mechanisms and communities can play a more important role in funding new projects. So we have a governance forum on which anyone can come and post a proposal requesting funds or support from the Clean and DAO community. So we recently had a project called LineNet come to us. They're working on a very exciting new methodology. Don't have a ton of time to get into it, but basically they're trying to accelerate the natural process of the ocean absorbing CO2 in a way that both benefits the local marine life by reducing the acidification in a local area where the change is made, and also draws more carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere where it can be sequestered in the ocean for millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years according to the scientific research. So this group partnered with Aether. Aether is a project developer that works with projects like LineNet. And they came to our governance forum, forum.finance, and requested funding for a pilot program that they're running to carry out this project. And the really interesting thing about this governance process is it's fully public. Anyone can see what's going on. You can go onto this site and comment, ask questions. And really, we're doing a diligence process. We're evaluating, is this project likely to have a positive impact on the issues that we care about, which we're thinking about is climate change, as opposed to a traditional funding mechanism where it all happens behind closed doors. Nobody knows what diligence was done, if any. And once the project is funded, they do a press release and they say, hey, we deployed $10 million for this project, but you don't necessarily know why, what process they went through to evaluate the project. Whereas because we're doing this all in public on a governance forum on the internet, you can see what questions were asked. You can ask questions yourself. And if any other funder wants to go and support that type of project, they have a record to look at and say, oh, CBDCs funded ocean alkalinity enhancement this is a fancy term for this type of project, we can go and ask the same questions to the project we're considering supporting and make sure that they're able to provide reasonable answers and address those issues. This is a diagram of how that methodology works. I'm happy to go over this more if you're curious. So we've already done 2 of these projects. That one I mentioned from LineNet is still an open governance proposal. We have not decided yet whether we're going to be supporting that project. So if you're interested, you can get involved in the discussion on our forum. But we did already fund 2 projects. So one is KIP 32, where we funded a cook stove project in Bangladesh. We deployed $250,000 worth of USDC stablecoins to that project, which is providing more efficient cook stoves to refugees in a refugee camp in Bangladesh. We also supported an afforestation and reforestation project where they're restoring forests in a degraded forest reserve in Africa. And that was 227,000 USDC. My final point is another fancy term called interoperability. And the basic concept here is pretty straightforward. It really affects the whole market in that there's a lot of new projects coming in, a lot of new players entering this space. It's a very exciting time in the carbon markets. But that's also led to a massive explosion in the complexity of the space. I hope you can't read any of this. It is really ridiculous how many different companies there are doing different things in the space. And this is creating a lot of confusion on all sides of the market. The project developers don't know which registries to work with. The buyers don't know what kind of projects they should be supporting. And what we really need is some standardization so that different projects can interact with each other in a more streamlined way. An analogy here would be the different plugs that we've all dealt with when we're traveling internationally, whether that's the different types of USB plugs or power outlets. The nice thing is that there is some of interoperability among these different plugs. We can create universal travel adapters where regardless whether you have a US style plug, a UK style plug, or an EU style plug, you can plug it into the universal power adapter and it will just work. We need something like that for carbon markets. And at CleanTheDAO, we're working with a lot of our partners to develop these kind of interoperable standards. This is a sort of diagram showing the ecosystem that we built. And the main point here is that we're trying to abstract away that complexity so that each player can decide where do I sit in the market? What type of work am I trying to do? And regardless of which player I'm working with in the rest of the market, I can assume that things will work. There's just some key benefits. This intermediation gets more of the money to people on the ground, the people here in Palau, for instance, who will be implementing the blue carbon projects we've heard so much about. We need to mitigate Murphy's Law for methodologies and recognize that methodologies will need to change over time. Communities can publicly support new projects, which gives a more robust diligence process. And finally, interoperability helps to simplify a very complex space. If you have any questions, feel free to get in touch. There's a link to my slides up there. Yeah, I'll be here all week. Feel free to get in touch. Thank you.
Okay, Marcus, thank you for this talk. As Palau as an island nation, we do care about sustainability a lot. And as Palau also champions ocean conservation and a lot of this natural conservation efforts, we do notice that and we realize that our main ocean here is a really fantastic source of value. And how do we actually now engage our digital resident community to actually do some changes here in place? Really good. So thank you for sharing that. And I want to ask if audience has one question before we move to the panel of all of these network state decentralized development experts. One question, Mike.
Thank you much. Very inspiring sharing. So I have a question about it's CleanTheDAO or your team can help allow there's also alpha funding projects and how can help to calculate the carbon emission and they can know how much carbon credits they need to offset this kind of related projects because we are as very initial point to launching the alpha funding project. Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, so, I think what you're asking about is life cycle carbon analysis, which is honestly a fairly complex subject. How do you estimate the emissions associated with a particular activity? We do have some calculators I can point you to that, for well-known activities like airfare and running a business, help to estimate the emissions. And then through Carbon Mark, our platform, you can choose which projects you want to support and compensate, for those emissions. The other thing that comes to mind, as you mentioned it is, we sit on the demand side of the market. We're helping to connect end users directly with the projects. And so what I'd love to see is once Palau starts issuing carbon credits under a blue carbon credit methodology or similar, that we're able to list those credits alongside the other projects that we already support and allow people to directly support people here on the ground in Palau.
Thank you, Marcus. It's very important. We are going to have a panel. How do you govern a decentralized community? So we can start moving chairs. So on the panel, we have Anastasia again, and we have Suji, and we have Marcus, and we have Nico-san from Google. All of them represent different kind of a decentralized community, and then they leverage the power of decentralized community to actually start making impact in the world. So now we can ask them, how do they actually govern their huge decentralized community, and how they allow and learn from them, as we also have a huge number of digital residents. I will leave the microphone to them.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello again. And it's great that we will now have a chance to dive a bit deeper into questions we will bring to us of these wonderful people who I will introduce or reintroduce first because we've spoken from all of them. But just as a little reminder, we have Marcus Aurelius from Canada, we have Suji Yang from Class Network, and we have Nico-san from Zoom. So before we dive in, I just wanted to note how amazing this moment is, where we have 3 instances of very different communities, where governance is actually in full bloom in terms of how experimental we have to be. We're actually forging a new way in so many areas, just to see what experiments we could have, and it's fun. And so I would like to ask a few questions of you guys, but then of course open it up to the public so we can investigate together about what the potential of governance is. And where to state, even though we work with governments that are more traditional, we work a lot with communities that are emerging. And this work, I must admit, is way more exciting because here we can really play and experiment more boldly. So I would like to start with you, Nicole. And I would like to invite you to share a story of how Zuzu came about. And were you thinking in terms of governance back then, or you just wanted to bring the people you like and enjoy being with, and then it turned out to be something that could be a new governance model?
So how Zulu got started? It was initially, I was at breakfast with DevCon, with Vitalik at DevCon. This is last November. And we were talking about the hacker houses I used to throw. So I met him at a hacker house and started inviting him to the hacker houses I used to throw. And he would come quite regularly. So in Korea, he visited, and we met at DevCon. And I think our takeaway was that these hacker houses are really magical. Like you have 20, 30 people, they're all hacking, but you really get to know each other and you like become friends, co-living together and co-working. And we were like, okay, how do we scale this up in a way that's functional? And so we slowly came to an idea of Zuzlu. I think he'd been tinkering with the idea of digital cash for a very long time. But Zuzlu was the first time we actually wanted to try this out in person. What does this look like? How can you bring together a large number of people for a longer period of time? So we settled on 200 people. So it's like a little over Dunbar's number, but enough that you get different fields all incorporated and well represented for 2 months, which is a bit longer than your typical conference. And it was a really quick slurred when we first came to the event. So us actually hosting the event, there was only one of 2 months. So we pulled together the whole event in 2 months. We chose our venue in Montenegro. Really in like a short period of time, we just determined that they had everything we needed and we just ran with it. So yeah, we started our event in March, started planning officially in January. At first we were like, okay, let's just meet some new people. Let's invite one person from each field to help us invite people in that field. And that way we got to meet a lot more new people and it wasn't biased to our existing network. And then we realized that, okay, we're gonna need some form of governance here. It's just like a needs-based thing. At first, we were just a small core team of 4, but then we were like, we cannot be making decisions forever that comes, right? So we ended up having town halls every single week at Zuzulu. So every Tuesday, we bring together everyone, we'd sit together. There'd be a short agenda that the core team wanted to run through, and then we just open it up to everyone to give us a lot of feedback on like, hey, like this is what we should be experimenting with. Hey, I'd like to say here. So I think our governance was very much rudimentary. We didn't start with something in mind. It was ground up of what people needed. And I thought that worked out pretty well. Like, for example, all of our core team members are like globally distributed, but we were lacking a representative from Africa. One of our core members, Janine, is from South Africa, but she doesn't live there now. So we actually talked to more of the Afropolitan team. So they're like a network state based out of Africa. And they were like, hey, like if we had someone on the core team, we would have done this a bit differently. So through meeting more people in our community, we ended up realizing that there's a big need for governance. And now we're still settling on like, what are we going to run with? We don't have like a governance token. We don't want to ever release a token, but we do need a way of like taking into account everyone's opinions. So we still run these town halls every week online, virtually. And that's been what we've found works best, like just getting feedback from the people directly, not having like layers of obfuscation of how things work. So yeah, that's how we do things currently.
Okay. And do you recognize, Nicole, your potential role in creating governance in these spaces? I know it hasn't started with that intention in mind, but now that you are who you are where you are, you know, these things will probably get replicated and multiplied. Do you want to use this space to actually throw out some blueprints for others to follow, just because you can?
Right now,
Not necessarily DAO, but just anything that just come up with something new in governance sense.
We had like some very interesting people who had proposed like different ideas. Like, I don't know if I'm confident to come up with like a new governance model right now, but I thought it was very interesting that we were more like populist in nature, and we got a lot of different results once we started being more ZK. So we were privacy preserving in everything we did, from polling to getting feedback, etc. I think that was kind of a new thing that we experimented with, is letting people give their opinions completely anonymous, and also experimenting with how we took in feedback. So some people did really well in the town hall setting of like speaking up, but that was usually dominated by like a small subset of more extroverted people. So then we had to try like different methods of meeting people and getting their feedback on governance. So we had like ZK polling online, that's best for introverts. And we also had like small meetings where we would grab 10 random people, and we would do this weekly, with each person now being requested to host the next one. So we would be the first ones to start off this chain of like, hey, like what do you want out of Zuzulu? How do you think we should run Zuzulu? But then the people that are part of this first one would host that workshop. And that kind of worked out so that people like me aren't in charge of doing the governance. We just source ideas from everyone in the community. And yeah, like people chose different ways of how they hosted their weekly panel of 10 people. Like some people brought people to their houses, cooked together, and asked them for feedback. Some people did more formal or virtual stuff. So yeah, I think I want to decentralize myself and not be the person that's responsible for coming up with these new models, but handing it off to different people and experimenting.
Yeah, sure. No, I didn't mean you personally, even though that could be an interesting one. But I mean, are there efforts to actually solicit and crowdsource these ideas? Because I think, you know, many ideas are looking for a space to get implemented. From that perspective, I thought maybe you want to open yourself up to some. I'm sure this will be going on later, but thank you so much. And Suji, I'd like to ask you, since, you know, network states was something that was discussed in Zuzulu and being discussed around the world right now, what is your take on the various recipes of governance for the network states? Because even in Zuzulu, we saw, let me say, 2 schools of thoughts. That was classical Balajian network state, that is, you know, around a particular issue, with some physical land or not. So it was like a very particular model. But then there was another approach that emerged that's called coordinations, where this was more around broader societal vision. It was an emergence of several projects coming together, so it's more collaborative in nature. And the idea was that network states should not be defined by just Palladian vision, but there's so many other recipes for success. How do you see the future of network states in terms of different ways in which it could be governed?
Yeah, I mean, like the technology is new, like that we have in blockchain or Web3 is new, but I think the people in the industry have, lack a little bit about understanding the past, the history, right? This is not new. I mean, evolving a new country is not new. I mean, it's new in our lifetime because in our lifetime, there's probably not really a lot of countries getting independence, but it's not really new in this century. And, this example of Singapore is only 70 years old and it get kicked out by other countries. Okay, it's not really say they want really 100% independence, get kicked out. There's in the past 200 years and even in the past 300 years, the form of independent countries and the development of industrialization and capitalism are together. So I think what I learned from the process and after interacting with many people is like I think we need to take a serious look into the history, take a serious look into the historical examples. Like for example, the question. The discussion in Zuzan and many other places about whether we need a physical place, whether we need, like the large version or not. I think if you look into history, won't ask this question because like the original idea of independent cyberspace from 1996, the ESS version, and then they quote a lot of the founding fathers' language, the American founding father language, and then you look back into the founding father language, and they actually want something. Not really just lands, they want something they can control their tax, right? I think that's a fundamental. Like when we doing a transaction on chain, we actually paying the tax through the gas fee to the governments we recognize. So that's why some institutional users don't want to use Trump because they don't want to contribute to, right? I think that's a fundamental thing. Compared to the land, you should ask questions about tax, about who is running the lands, right? I think by looking into the history, we're able to find very interesting historical comparison. We're going to find those masterpieces, those great minds they asked in the past, even though the situation is very different, the technology is very different, but people is always the same. That's something I learned. I think, I was always using those historical examples. I think they're going to guide us really to the network state, to what kind of lifestyle or kind of like independent state that's going to come in. Yeah, that's my perspective.
And talking about historical examples, to what extent do you think we who like to think about or even apply the network states ideas, to what extent we have to try and work with legacy systems and for example, Montevideo Convention of 1937, I believe, defines what it means to be a country or a nation. I would argue hugely outdated because it requires you to have a language, it requires you to have shared language, it requires you to have all these things that sort of matter less these days. Now, what you would do with it was 100 years ago when it was coined, it was never revisited. Do you think will we need to interact with those, try to change them, or we just create a parallel system and see what is more appealing?
I think we need all these. And again, you can answer our questions through historical comparison. I mean, like for example, Palau is very new. Montenegro is also very new, like 20, 30 years old. There's many countries, they're still a little bit older, but it's actually quite new, 70 years old, Singapore. Answer your question, like the American founding fathers, among them, there's one interesting guy, Benjamin Franklin. And I think he loved Paris more than Philadelphia. He loved like London more than Philadelphia. And it's like in his our lifetime, his early days and until he's like 50, 60, he recognized himself as a citizen of the great British Empire. And then he realized, okay, the fucking king is trying to tax us. I don't like the tax. So he went to France and he went to London for 10 years. He went to France, Paris for the rest of his life, right? And he's not refusing to talk to the royal family of France. So that, I mean, that's really similar concept of the Hong Kong blockchain thing. There's a lot of people, Chinese, right? A lot of people ask me, hey, Suji, what do you think about the Hong Kong blockchain thing, right? I told them, like Benjamin Franklin's largest, like one of his greatest achievement is he's realistic enough to went to Paris and to meet the royal family. That time, the largest dictator, the King Louis, and then you tell the King Louis, I know you don't care about the independence, whatever, but you care about the ass of the British. So give us money and gun, and you bring it back to help to lead to win the victory of independence. I think that's important. So that's my opinion. When people ask me about Hong Kong blockchain, whatever, I was thinking about Benjamin Franklin Paris, right? That when people ask me about the conversation between the traditional governments and modern Laos, I was thinking like when in the early days of Benjamin Franklin, he still believed he's like a loyal member of the royal family to the royal family of the British Kingdom. So yeah, people are going to change. It's going to be a transitional process. In our lifetime, our view is going to change. But just as the transition goes inside us, the transition then goes across the world as well. So yeah, I think that's going to be a great answer.
Thank you. Interesting times, are they not? Really exciting. Marcus, could you also share, because you guys, and thank you for the wonderful presentation, you are effectively building a new blueprint for governance beyond doubt. Could you talk to us about the transparency and inclusivity aspects of what you do, and to what extent you want this to become new emerging practice, and maybe you could give some specific examples of how you do it?
Yeah, so the traditional carbon markets rely a lot on word of mouth and talking to each other over the phone. So at a certain level, out of the box, just by running on chain, we get a lot of those benefits of public transaction records, permissionless access that on the traditional rails just aren't readily available. In terms of specific examples where the greater transparency and inclusivity, I think demonstrates its power. I mentioned in my talk about the need for methodologies to evolve over time. And there have been some examples of methodologies that have fallen out of favor for one reason or another. And there's a particular methodology to do with the production of refrigerant gases, which have a very strong, there's a byproduct of the production of refrigerant gases that have a very strong warming effect, greenhouse gas effect. And there was a methodology developed way back in the 90s in the first generation of carbon markets, which would pay factories to install a piece of equipment that would destroy this byproduct and therefore reduce the greenhouse gas associated with it, greenhouse gas effect associated with it. And over time, some issues were identified with the methodology. Particular projects were gaming the system, taking advantage of the methodology the way it was originally written. And the carbon markets never really figured out a way to cleanly move on from this methodology. So, at a certain point in 2014, the major registry said that no new projects would be able to issue under this existing methodology. It's called HFC 23. The byproducts, I'll just refer to it as the HFC 23 methodology. And so these credits were sitting out there for a decade, being used to some extent to make claims, but sort of sitting idle on the books. And there wasn't a mechanism under the traditional registry structure to destroy these credits and help the market move on. Instead, they would just sit out there. And it was sort of a constant concern of, is another media piece going to come out about this methodology? And so some of these credits made their way on chain during Clean Metals launch. And as we began to understand the problem, I conducted some data analysis and figured out that these particular credits were no longer being used. Back in 2014, the methodology had been deprecated, but the credits were never destroyed. And so using our public governance process, we actually posted a proposal. We went through the process of diligencing and voting on the proposal, and then we destroyed about 700,000 tons of this HFC 23 methodology credits. And so now those credits are destroyed once and for all. We can cleanly move on. And I think this is a really important mechanism that the broader carbon markets need to develop for how we deal with methodologies that once were thought to be effective and doing good. Because I want to be clear, destroying HFC 23 is a really important thing to be doing at the time. It's just that things changed and that methodology was no longer appropriate. And I think that decentralized governance, through greater inclusiveness and transparency of what's going on, has the potential to address the need for methodologies to evolve over time.
Thank you. And since you operating in such a fast evolving space. How do you keep up with that change, with that pace of change? How do you learn? How do you make sure that you remain, on top of the game when it comes to ever-changing governance processes?
Yeah, it's not easy. One of the things that we have the advantage of is that we have a community of tens of thousands of people all over the world, and they're tapped into what's going on. So we have some channels in our Discord chat server where people are raising the latest developments in the carbon markets, discussing the implications. And if there is a need to take action, the governance process is permissionless, right? Anybody can go and post a proposal and say, hey, I think this methodology isn't appropriate anymore. We should do something about it. Or, hey, I heard about this new project. We should integrate with them. So basically, by casting a wide net and having a lot of different stakeholders involved in the process, we're much better positioned to keep up with the changing landscape than, say, a centrally controlled top-down corporation where any change needs to be approved by the CEO or the board. That really slows things down and leads to a sort of tunnel vision, focus on what are we doing today and how can we do it, how can we do that more instead of being open to new possibilities.
Thank you so much. Now, let me ask one question to all three of you, because I'm very curious to hear your answer to that, and then we can probably open it to questions from the audience. I want to ask you, a very simple, straightforward question. What does future of governance look like to you?
Here is, I don't know. I think it's going to be very, very, we'll have different schools of thought, and there's going to be a lot more research done into each different type. So as you pointed out, Primavera's coordination is vastly different from Balaji's network state. I think we'll see more of these new ideas come about and more in-depth discussion of what works best. And we'll see in real life experiments that verify what seems to work, what doesn't seem to work. So my answer is we'll see, because
a particular vision, what would you like for it to be?
I don't think I speak for any of the existing ones. I don't think any of them are perfect yet. Yeah, so I think we're still far from seeing something that's fully functional. But in our experiments, I think we'll actually get to live through this entire process in this part of history.
I think the message is going to be different, but the goal is to stand the quote from Lincoln: the government of people, by the people, for people, should never perish from the earth. Yeah. The way I'm thinking about the future of governance is that right now we have some very strong defaults. So for instance, if you're governing a country, the default is one person, one vote. If you're governing a DAO, for a long time, the default has been one token, one vote. And now we're seeing the emergence of things that fit in between on that spectrum. For instance, Gitcoin uses quadratic voting and quadratic funding, which strikes a balance between giving everyone equal power and giving people with more financial capital a greater voice. We also see approaches like Optimism's bicameral governance process, where some decisions are made through a one person, one vote decision-making process, and other decisions are made through a one token, one vote. So I really think the future of governance is that the governance mechanism for a given project will be tailored and made appropriate for the particular scope of problem that governance system is trying to solve. And if you're governing a nation, maybe a democratic system, one person, one vote is more appropriate. If you're governing a financial system, then you need to have some way of representing the fact that people with more financial capital have more of a stake in the future of that system than people with less. So I think it's really going to be about learning the lessons from how governance has worked in the past and tailoring each governance system to the particular community and problem set that governance system is trying to solve.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. I think it would be a good time to take questions from the audience.
Thank you everyone for wonderful sharing. And I actually had a question for Nicole. So you mentioned that Zuzulu actually invites one person from each domain. Although they may come from different backgrounds, but they share similar interests and also mindsets because they're willing to share and willing to contribute together. But I was wondering, have you considered that we need to break the echo chamber one day? Because after all, if we want everyone to adopt crypto technology one day for everyone in the world, there are like 7 billion people out there. We need to break the echo chamber outside the box. Like, because I used to work in media kind of industry, I know how hard it is to break this echo chamber, because people within the echo chamber, it would reinforce each other's concepts, but people are wired differently. So I want to heard about your idea. Thank you.
You mean like crypto as the echo chamber, right?
Kind of, yes.
Yeah. So I guess for Zuzulu this time around, we weren't just crypto only. So crypto was one of the big focuses, but another was longevity and broadly decentralized science. So like we had our entire first week was ran by this entire thing called like the SynBio Beta team. So they did synthetic biology and they brought in wonderful professors like Drew Andy, and they have zero understanding of crypto. Like they were there for the synthetic bio and it was awesome. And I think you're completely correct. And we should have done more of that, because that week, like even Vitalik, we were learning new things for the first time. It completely broke the mold of like a typical crypto conference, which only has like everyone geeking out about like CK Tech. This time we like thought about cells for the first time in a very long time. So I think we should do more of that. And that's like a direction we're moving more for Zuzulu, is actually having new tracks every single time. So this time around we focused on like a certain subset of tracks, but I think we'll crowdsource like more opinions of like, hey, what else is a frontier technology that should have more light shed on it? And I think you bring up a good point of media. We had like terrible media coverage of Zuzulu and it was pretty much intentional, but that also meant that everyone had like a misunderstanding of what we did. So like certain people who subscribed to longevity newsletters thought we were like very rich people living there doing like crazy life experiments. So yes, I think we need better coverage of what we do as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So my question is actually an AI-based one. One of the presuppositions of a lot of these governance models, which I think has been good for a long time, is that if we can get the crowd, the larger the crowd, sort of the better ideas that will come in over time. And I see the look on your face, so you probably know the exact way that I'm going. There was just a study that I read, I believe, a week and a half ago, and I think that it was a team working on BARD that they had a bunch of Google engineers and they showed them 2 different answers. One was right and one was wrong that BARD had presented. And 40% of the time, people who were experts in that field picked the wrong answer. That this AI was able to actually write out a very long answer and convince experts in the field that the wrong answer was the right answer. And those are experts in the field. Often when we're dealing with DAOs and other things where we're involving the public, these aren't experts. And a lot of people, it's their subjective opinion. I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts. I know that this, maybe 5 years ago, this wouldn't have been as big of an exploit, but with as cheap as AI is and the capability that this could be happening in a community where there's an important vote and somebody is able to actually start to insert this type of thing. I wanted to get you guys' thoughts on how you think this can be mitigated moving forward.
I think in the very end, like maybe in 100 years, we're going to give AI human rights. That's kind of an inevitable process. Like, because if you have an amazing, lovely, intelligent partner, and it's just not in the human form, eventually you're going to have human rights. Let's say in 100, 200 years, right? If we think in that way, then we look back from the future, right? If we are like born in the year 2200. And we're in the history class, and there's a Palau blockchain week 20 years ago, and we look into the history, oh, these guys are so stupid. Like, how can you argue with your girlfriend what is right and wrong? Like, because once you give an intelligence form, kind of like near human rights, sometimes it's not important to ask whether it's right or wrong. Sometimes it's to ask a feeling. Because the reason the BARD and the ChatGPT give you the answer is because it's trained that way. Because their functions, their algorithm, their whatever, the matrix is trained that way, so they can be happy. They got the feedback, right? They got the positive feedback loop. So that's going to be fixed if we give them different feedback. And from pure engineering perspective, if they give different feedback, if every time they answer wrongly, you give them more positive feedback, they're going to have all the wrong answer. That's how AI works now. But eventually, I think it will solve with more how to say, is more dynamic input from the mass adoption from the human, real human. But that will be involved in have to open source. You have to open source the core algorithm and data set, which is now under the current ownership system. It's not possible because there's like people putting billions of dollars into OpenAI. They're not going to able to let everyone take it open source. And the reason that is because it's not possible is because the current company system, company structure, the ownership system is not possible to have like a billion shareholder, right? Because again, the SEC won't allow you to do that. Everyone who ever interact with OpenAI, you won't able to get an OpenAI share. So that's why we need to reform the financial system. Then the financial system have the new incentives for new experiments. Then the AI model is trained by those new experiments. Gonna have another kind of different, loop and feedback. Then gonna answer your question properly because say, hey, okay, if I answer your question correctly, you probably gonna put your money in the stock, and then you're gonna be able to make more. You're gonna buy my AI, lovely dress, whatever, or a lovely, watch, whatever. So that's the way it works. I think that's a better way in the future. Not the way that we've been able to put all the expert to, just to turn the parameter. That's not gonna work. We need to put these things in a big real system. And the real system has to contain the feedback of the financial incentive. You have to tell the AI, oh, if you give it wrong, I'll put your money into the stock market, you're gonna lose money. And that's how it works. And the problem is like we don't have this system. So we have to reform the financial system first. Then we're gonna see the AI, kind of like boost a little bit more. Right now I don't think it's a solution there. So yeah, I hope I answered your question.
I'm not actually sure this is new with the advent of AI. There's some really famous psychology experiments showing that if you put a participant in a room with 3 plants and you ask them to say which line is the longest, and the plants are all saying, no, like this line is the longest, even though it's obviously not, the participant who has not been planted, they will start to agree with the group. So I think this has more to do with our culture of deferring to experts and looking for consensus rather than the advent of AI in particular. So I think the solution here is not easy, but we need deliberative processes where it's okay to say, hey, like everybody's saying this, but I actually think that the crowd might be wrong. And I do think that especially pseudonymous governance mechanisms where people can go in and say things that aren't necessarily going to be tied to their credentials, going to be tied to their personal identity, gives them the freedom to say things that might otherwise make them look ridiculous, but may actually be closer to the truth than the consensus that the group is orbiting around.
Really interesting what you said, Marks, about there with optimism there being both one person, one vote, one token, one vote. How does that work practically, deciding between when each of those mechanisms is used? Do you know?
I'm not an expert in the optimism governance mechanisms, but my understanding is that they have categories for which types of decisions fit under which house. Yeah.
So, sorry, when you were saying about this. So all the government mechanisms has something to do with consensus or people agreeing on something like that. What if half the people don't believe in climate change?
So yeah, I have some somewhat nihilistic takes on this. Eventually the issue will become less one of belief and more one of dealing with the consequences. I think we're already seeing this to some extent with the increasing wildfires and other natural disasters that are, in my view, obviously connected to the changing climate. So my sort of somewhat cynical take is that truly coordinated global action won't be practical until the really bad consequences are already playing out, which is somewhat unfortunate. But the hope there is that as the Web3 community, especially the sort of refi ecosystem, we can build technology that once society comes to the consensus, oh, this is a real problem, we need to address this as quickly as possible, the rails will already be built. And we won't have to spend another 5 or 10 years building the technology necessary to take large-scale climate action. The tools will sort of already be there sitting on the table. It's just a matter of us getting consensus to pick up those tools and put them to work.
Fantastic. I just want to thank the panel. It's really amazing, very express panel, but very amazing. So please join me in saying thank you to the panel and so on.
Thank you for this amazing panel. We have learned a lot about how each one of you govern your decentralized community and how you actually make this community translate into actual action that changes the world. So next, we have the honor to have a very distinguished lawyer. The founder and CEO of Tipolis, also the founder and CEO of Free City Foundation. I have always admired Dr. Titus' work. He was instrumental in designing the legal wrapper for Prospera, one of the first semi-autonomous regions in Honduras, which Patrick Freeman has spoken about earlier this morning. He has worked for decades on designing a special administrative regions, special economic zones, and private cities, and regions that are ruled by actually private sectors and companies instead of governments. Very, very progressive ideas, but he was the one that was instrumental in making a lot of these regions come true. I had the honor to meet Dr. Titus in Zuzalo, so I shared with him what Palau has been doing, and he asked him for some very, very valuable free advice. So he is going to share some of the wisdom today. His talk is titled Establishing a Special Administrative Region in Palau. Thank you, Dr. Titus.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. No, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very excited that a country like Palau is investigating the options that are there. I mean, the world is changing, and it is obvious that the standard special economic zones is not an answer to what is here needed today. And I want to give you some ideas what can be happen, and I'm going to share my screen now and hope this all works. So, and then we go full. Can you see that?
It works.
I'm sorry. Okay, great. So my topic is bring news prosperity to Palau by establishing a special administrative region. And I'm going to tell you what this is and why it makes sense. So first and foremost, prosperity is driven by good governance. It's not built by just building houses or factories. Here you can see what happened in Singapore in 50 years and in Dubai in 30 years. And that shows you that if you have good property rights, a legal framework that is business oriented and gives people and companies the opportunity to thrive, then you see what can happen. And I mean, this is marvelous. We all know these examples. But I think the good thing is that you can even see from only those two examples that you don't need probably 50 or even 30 years in the future to come to a similar result. So one thing we can see in the world of today is the rise of special economic zones. It's not much talked about, it's not much written about, but the fact is that the number of economies with SEZs is now standing at 147 out of nearly 200 countries. So this is enormous. And the number is so high that most people can't believe that it's true. But a truth is also that some of those zones are not really working. They're just on paper. But nevertheless, there are several hundred very well-working special economic zones. And the special economic zone is actually an area of a country where different rules apply, mostly for or normally only for companies and businesses, and people are not living there, but just producing. And over the years, since the 1950s, you see there's a clear trend in the special zones industry towards more autonomy. It started all with export processing zones, so you can import raw materials, then make textiles, for example, and export again, without having to pay duties. And that was quite successful, but then in the 80s, that was extended to light and heavy manufacturing zones, like, for example, Jebel Ali zone in Dubai. And then in the 2000s, they even extended that to tourism and entertainment. So there are special tourist zones in some countries where favorable regulation applies for hotels, but for all kind of tourism industry. And the next step was in the 2010s, starting with the Dubai International Financial Center, financial services and eventually hospitality, so that people are not only working there, but also can enjoy life there. And now it's a logical next step to go one step further and create a special administrative region where you have basically all kinds of amenities like in a city under a different legal regime. And the challenge is that are facing countries like Palau and basically all other countries that standard special economic zones are no longer enough to attract investment. I mean, why should somebody go into a country that is creating special economic zone number 5,901, right? I mean, they can go elsewhere where they are more familiar with. So many of today's SEZs are becoming white elephants. They are pet projects of some people in the government or some interest groups in the country, but are not really fulfilled with life. So to meet demand for institutional innovation, new zones must feature increased autonomy, because this is what you need. It's not just a law saying you have to pay lower taxes or lower duties for export-import. This is not enough. If really you want to make a difference, you have to grant more autonomy to those zones so that they can experiment with best practices from all over the world and combine them to a new system. And the solution to that is special administrative regions. The term was first coined in 1984 when Great Britain and China signed the Hong Kong agreement that Hong Kong is coming back to China in 1997. And that was called a special administrative region. So Hong Kong is a special administrative region, Macau is, these are the historical traditional examples. And Deng Xiaoping made a famous phrase, one country, two systems. And that's, in a way, a good description of what a special administrative region is. Now imagine a private company is offering governance as a service. And this private company is entitled by the government to administer this special administrative region. That is a kind of a new development, but it also, it's not totally new. You have, for example, maybe noticed that the mayor of Hong Kong is not called a mayor, it's called a chief executive. So you have already that mindset that, hey, this is a kind of an enterprise, and we are going to make that successful. So special administrative regions in a modern form are a leap forward in governance. They have internal autonomy, but they would, if something would be established here, of course, remain under the sovereignty of Palau, so that Palau is still responsible alone for foreign policy and defense, and constitution international treaties of Palau continue to apply in the zone. It's more about the internal autonomy, which makes a big difference, and that brings also a lot of possibilities. So it would be an open, thriving communities. You would have to pay fixed fees, no taxes, a fixed fee for the government services by the operating company. There would be a world-class business environment created. How do you do that? Mostly by regulatory issues. You can copy successful jurisdictions. Of course, it should be a beautiful location in order to be attractive, but I think that is not a problem in Palau. Very important, it's free from internal political tension because it's a private governance system. Everybody has an agreement, a resident contract with the operating company, and the operating company is bound by that contract. They cannot overstep that contract, and they can also not change it. And it's also not possible for some interest groups to change the contract that every resident has with the operator. So this gives you a lot of personal liberty and self-sovereignty, but also a long time legal stability. And it's also attractive for governments because it will attract foreign direct investment, especially if you say we are going for a proven common law system and we have common law judges from different countries that are manning the courts here. So they have an innovative dispute resolution. Dubai has shown how this works by importing common law judges from Singapore and London. That creates trust and brings foreign direct investment. Of course, it will also provide a lot of employment for locals because that is the experience from Honduras and other places. 80–90% of the people there will come from a local destination, and it will raise the purchasing power. Normally, what we offer is a profit sharing. Once the special administrative region is profitable, there's a profit sharing with the government or directly with the people. That depends what the politicians prefer in that particular environment. And it will normally lead to index rating improvements, especially when it comes to the ranking of ease of doing business and comparable things. On top of that, it will attract qualified migration, so there's no more brain drain, a good people going out, but it will be reversed so that people that are qualified will migrate into your country. So this is an opportunity for Palau. If it requires some courage because it's a new model. It's not totally new, but it's not a special economic zone. It's more than that. And it could lead to a new urban environment and a job center on Bab el-Thawab for people who are now living in Koror. And it would place Palau on the world map. You know that most people have never heard about Palau, but if you have such an innovative special administrative region as a showcase, then that would also attract interest. I'll give you an example. Since El Salvador has established Bitcoin as a currency, they have this Bitcoin beach area, and now talking about Bitcoin City, a lot of people have visited El Salvador from just out of interest, and they have never been before to Latin America. I have some people in Europe who have, for the first time in their life, visited Central America, and just because of the Bitcoin story in El Salvador. And a similar effect could be reached here, I think, with establishing such a special administrative region. So it could improve key economic sectors, healthcare, especially dispute resolution, as I told you, digital and blockchain services, of course, but also the overall quality of life and many other industries. I recommend not to focus on one industry, but to really keep it open because you do not know how these things develop. Eventually, like Gibraltar had some business-friendly regulation, and eventually turned out that the gaming industry was attracted by that, but they didn't plan for that. So our recommendation would be rather to keep it open to many sectors and not make specialized zones. Examples: DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center. It's only 1.1 square kilometer, and it accounts for about 14% of Dubai's GDP. And have up to 4,000 companies have registered. As you can see from the chart, that was not a startup from day one. It took a while, but if you give those projects a while, they can become extremely successful for the country. Another example, a younger one, is Prospera, that was mentioned. I was involved there as a chief legal officer. And in the meantime, they have raised 100 million fundraising, which is for a small zone, very, very successful. And Ernst & Young has ranked them as number 9 in the world's doing business jurisdictions of the world. I would say they're even better, but according to their criteria, that is what Ernst & Young said. And that can be reached in Palau as well with the right legal framework. So why is a special administrative region better than a special economic zone? So first, special economic zones are normally vulnerable to swings in domestic politics because they are just subject to one agency or the other agency. And they are, as I said, already widely used and therefore less attractive. They risk a boom and bust. There is a new, let's say, digital zone coming up, and then a lot of money and people are flowing in, and then but then a couple of years later, there's a new trend, and then it's going down. So you don't have to special administrative regions because they really have long-term stability. They have gradual, sustainable growth, and they're especially not tailored only for businesses, but for businesses and residents. That mean they can really develop into cities. But it takes time. So we have experience. Tipolis is a Singapore-based stock corporation. We're building a portfolio of such special administrative regions, and they can profit from each other. Our scope is worldwide. We have gathered top industry experts, and we are kind of influencers also in the scene. I've written a book. My colleagues have written articles. Before I built a mining company from zero, and again, as I told you, was involved early on in Prospera. My book has sold 10,000 copies, which is basically giving the idea of private governance. So we are now on the way to replicate that idea. Andreas is the former CEO of the DIFC Dispute Resolution Authority, worked for Tony Blair and McKinsey before. Alex Voss is our CFO, who's also an M&A expert and now writing a lot of articles about special autonomous zones and special administrative regions. So my call is give this a thought. It's requires some courage because it's more than a special economic zone, but it's not totally unheard of. The trend is clear, it will come. And the question is just if it's coming to Palau or other places. And I think Palau is a great place of making use of that concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tyler. I was so inspired by the talk. In the interest of time, I am going to monopolize on this opportunity to ask my question. So, Dr. Titus, if I can ask you a question.
Sure.
If we are to design as, like you said, the semi-autonomous region or special administrative region, how do you actually balance the governance of said region by the private company and the government of the country that's hosting this? Because I know Prospera is in a kind of a conflict right now with Honduras government.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is that you create a win-win situation for the whole country. And I think the problem with Honduras and Prospera was just that there was not enough time. It was some time wasted also because between 2013, when the law was passed, and 2017, when Prospera was approved as the first special zone there, not much was done. And that had to do with internal government struggles and things like that. But what you can see, even in countries like Honduras, when they were establishing the traditional export zones, there was also big opposition in the beginning, but after the first 20,000 jobs were created, no party now wants to abolish them any longer. And the same would have happened with the Honduran zones. And I think this is going to happen in the future. So coming back to your question to Palau, I think it's important that we are fully transparent, that the government, but also opposition parties know what this is all about. And we recommend a joint commission between the government and the operating entity that is administrating the special administrative region, so that they're meeting on a regular basis. But I think at the end, if this zone, because participation in it is completely voluntary, if this zone is accepted by the people, as I can say, are the cities in Honduras by the Honduran people who are living nearby, because they are all applying to get there and move into the zone, then we will see that people find, hey, this is something that is of interest to me too. And other than that, if this is finally profitable, there will be a sharing with the rest of the country, so infrastructure can be built elsewhere, not only in the zone, from that income. So I would say it's a combination of things, but it's you have to create jobs so that it's attractive. You have to create a good environment. You have to create transparency, and then you share the profits with the government. So I think this is something where a permanent exchange with the Joint Commission with the government, so that if any question appears, then you can immediately address it. So I think this is our recommendation, how this could align with the government and could also survive a change in government. Because if you create a win-win situation for the population and the zone, then it is hard for the opposition party to capitalize or make political profit on that. As that happened in Honduras because they thought they can maybe make political profit with being against the SEZs, but I'm relatively sure the moment 10,000 or more people are working there, and they are voters and their families as well, then this opposition will fade away.
Thank you for the answer, and that is something that we will always keep in mind, and thank you for the tip. So yeah, so let's give a round of applause to Dr. Tiger.
Thank you.
Good morning, good day.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you. All right, so really honored for us to
thank you. To say about this, a little bit more about what we did with the zone. Now, sorry, it's not advancing. Right, it's not advancing.
Try it.
Thank you.
No.
There we go.
One more.
Okay, so what are free trade zones? So Dr. Titus already addressed all this. They are basically a geographically designated zone which has its own sovereignty. We wide potential benefits for Palau, basically increase GDP, trade volume, foreign reserves. You can create jobs, skills transfers, improve the standard of living, and infrastructure where you can bring in infrastructure, roads, ports, and facilities. There are more than 5,400 now, 5,900 free trade zones around the world. Now, of course, half of them are in China, but the rest of the world enjoy the other 2,600 other zones. Unfortunately, like Titus also said, most of these fail. They don't grow much faster than the local economy because they don't have the autonomy to grow. I want to share the case study of what we did in the Philippines called the Freeport Area Bataan. Freeport Area Bataan is located here. Basically, this is Manila, this is the main port, and then this is Bataan, and we had the opportunity to work with the FAB. So one of the main challenges in creating this was the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework. I can say for a fact that we still don't have it 100%, we're still working with it. So one of the main problems that we had was objections was, as Dr. Titus also said, how do you ensure longevity? How do you say, hey, if I change government tomorrow, if the president, not tomorrow, during the next election, if the president goes down, what happens then? How do you ensure that my rights, if I come and invest in the free trade zone, how do I still maintain my rights? So our workaround, what we did was work with the Constitution of the Philippines. We worked on a constitutional amendment called Republic Act 11453 that established the powers of the free trade zone in the constitution of the country. So that means that even if the president steps down, you will still require entire Senate, entire Congress to come together with the president to change the constitution of the Philippines in order to take away the powers of the zone. So that gave a lot more confidence to the people that were inviting to invest in the zone. Next, we have to establish industry-friendly rules, right? What does the industry want? In the free trade zone, in the Constitution, in Republic Act 1453, we wrote that the zone is able to set its own implementing rules and regulations, what we call IRRs. So these were then made with the help of the industry, and us actually going around asking, so what do you want? If I'm going to build a digital ID program, which Palau wants, right? Palau has. If I build a digital ID program from Palau, in this case, the Philippines, what does that mean to you? And how do I help you? I had heard some really interesting presentations and discussions just now about network states, about how does that look like in from a theory perspective? How does that look like in practice? If I create a digital identity, does that give me a legal basis to exist as another person in another world? That was what people wanted. I will work around. We created visas that doesn't require any minimum stay requirements. So basically, if you get a visa at the Free Port Area Bataan for FID visa, there's no minimum stay requirements to maintain your residency in the Philippines. We also looked around at the existing rules and laws and what can we do to create sovereign people. So we work around with trust laws, the concept of living life as corporations. There's a single person cooperation laws that is not in place. Not in place, actually to adopt, right? And then created your ability to take advantage of tax-free zones, which is zero taxation, no tax, but you can still live your life as if you are a you're a person, you're a corporation. We looked at a lot of the international treaties and existing laws that the Philippines have, right? Including that and tax treaties that are signed in order to create advantages for the community to join. So we look at the establishment of an exchange to create tokenized assets, real assets, right? We keep talking about how do we tokenize real estate, create liquidity, raise capital for companies and companies that want to come and invest in the country. So we look at tokenization, establishment of an exchange called GDAX for the Free Port Area Bataan was created in order to, generate the idea that you can do real assets trading. Establishment of a token. Okay, the token was a very interesting concept. So what happens when you want to grow your economy and then you invite a whole bunch of people to come to your country? These people all do not need to stay in the country to enjoy a lot of the legal benefits, to enjoy a lot of the economic benefits of zero taxation, all that in the country. That drives up your real estate prices insanely. Because what that means is that I can, which has happened in many countries, including mine, Singapore. If I walk around at night, I see a lot of high-end places, $5 million properties, $3 million properties that are empty. Nobody's saying that. Why? Because they want to become economic citizens of Singapore, but they don't really want to stay in the country, right? So that drives up the price. What can we create? Give people the value. So we created a residency-enabled token. What that means is that that token is recognized. If you hold enough of the token, and you stake the token, you're committing to stay in the country, you can get a residency in the country. So the visas I was talking about came from holding and investing in these tokens, holding it, believing in the future of the community, and then staking these tokens to establish a residency in the token. So that created a digital asset which will not in fact impact any of your physical assets, like your real estate prices or anything that may be driven up because of a whole influx of people that don't even want to stay there, right? So it protects your privacy, it protects your assets. So by creating and using structures like trust, like single person corporations, it separates your ownership of the country, of your ownership of the assets, and establishes the asset ownership onto the company, which then separates your ownership of the assets. So now the person owning the asset, actually the legal entity in the free trade zone, which then protects your assets from other jurisdictions and places like that. Protects your privacy, because now it's a company,
you optimize your taxes because it's a free trade zone, and inadvertently creates a token that has government recognized value. Yeah, so what can all this do for the free trade zone, for the special administrative zone, right? It provides them digital infrastructure, just come in and build out the master plan. It gives them a capital, right? Crowdsourcing in terms of governance. It gives them a community in terms of creating a community of people who believes in the values or the economic incentives of that free trade zone to then move to the free trade zone. Thank you. I think just half of it. Yeah, I may leave more time for Q&A if there's any.
Thank you, Nathan. In the interest of time, I will actually ask people to ask Vincent Q&A after this, and it's no money region.
Sure.
Thank you, Vincent. Okay, so let me introduce the next speaker. He's not here today because he is in Burning Man right now. If you don't know Burning Man, it is a decentralized art festival, happens once a year in the middle of the desert in Nevada. I have been to Burning Man 8 times. It's almost like a 2000 bubble. So welcome Lawrence Ion. Is he on?
Yeah, he's on.
Okay. Welcome Lawrence Ion. I met Lawrence in Zulu as well. He's also one of the core contributors for Zulu. And he's going to talk about his latest project called Vitalia, which is a longevity network state and a startup city. So Lawrence Ion is the founding steward of VitaDAO. That's a longevity DAO and I guess an investment DAO too on the biotech and longevity research and community events. So Lawrence, you're there?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi everyone. Yes, I'm here.
Uh,
Hear you well?
yes.
You are breaking out a little bit because your internet in Burning Man works.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, you're
works.
all in you are all in paradise over there. I'm in an arid desert. We've built here a little structure, but there's a lot going on here. So there's a lot of people gonna come in about 55 minutes. The gates open, and over the week it'll be like 80,000 people, almost 100,000 people coming into this city. So I hope you can see my slides talking about establishing a new city, a frontier city of life.
Yes,
And I will
can.
blur my, yeah. All right, so yes, I'm gonna introduce to you one of the potentially most ambitious initiatives to make a real difference in the fight against diseases. I'm gonna talk about longevity as the defining question of humanity. Is this idea of kind of targeting aging as a preventative paradigm for all of the diseases that come with age, like Alzheimer's, heart disease, and so on. Everyone agrees to sort of target each one, but not everyone thinks like, oh, actually, what we really want is to be healthy for longer. I mean, for me, it's pretty obvious. It's about this freedom from disease. It's about my grandma keeping her mental faculties. It's about my grandpa keeping up with my sister on the dance floor. But I think society is just not doing enough. The world isn't waking up from this trance of accepting that which you cannot change, but actually we can change it. There's this new medical paradigm, right? So we need to come together and coordinate and do better. This is life and death. We're not talking about a magic pill that you might read in the news that will make you live forever. We're talking just a better approach, a new paradigm for medicine, instead of the status quo, which is just like with crypto, right? We had the status quo of finance. In medicine as well, it's like pharma just manages symptoms, keeps people in a poor state of health for longer. What we really want is attack that root cause of all these chronic diseases and really get a grip on the age-related diseases. Of course, also it's unsustainable, the current paradigm, economically at least unsustainable, societally unsustainable. We have this inverted pyramid with more old people than young people, and it's going to collapse. We have a decreasing and aging population. I think it's basically a silver tsunami, as people say. And we have a better alternative. Aging is it has been slowly reversed in lab animals by dozens of pharmaceutical interventions. And we have here 110,000. This is the number of lives we lose to aging every day. This is a crazy number. It's 40 million lives per year. And that kind of leads to scope insensitivity. Like people can't really comprehend, like, oh, COVID kills this many. It's just kind of hard to fathom, right? This is every year, 40 million people and hundreds of millions of people just suffering on the hospital bed. And this is just 1 second, one life. Every second we lose someone. I think humans coordinate to achieve amazing things, like the Apollo moon, right? We coordinate through stories, like through money, through companies, through states even. All of these are just coordination, right? And we've seen that we can move at warp speed with COVID, for example. It was a crisis. The will of the people wanted this. But what about the crisis for Alzheimer's and cardiovascular disease and so on? Aging itself is a crisis, so we should move fast. But regulations, of course, we have this paternalistic, monopolistic approach. Regulators are people, ambitious people, but the incentives of the system are messed up to increase power of the agency, to maximize the scope. And there's this invisible graveyard. Nobody hears, if a drug is approved in danger, you hear about the few lives that are lost, but nobody hears in this with the HIV pandemic, for example, epidemic. The FDA came out and said, look, we are saving 10,000 lives a year now that we approved this drug, but they approved it 7 years later than other countries in the West. And so that just means it's kind of like a smoking gun, right? Like they admitted that we kind of lost almost 100,000 people from that. And human insulin got delayed by 30 years in the US versus other countries, and so on. People die waiting for cancer drugs, just 25,000 Americans only per year, waiting for drugs that are already in clinical trials and would have saved them. But people say, okay, you're gonna change regulations, but people will die, like this is unsafe. Well, I think we can be safe, but also we don't need to be dumb about it, right? Like we don't want to put the speed limit at 4 miles an hour so that nobody dies in car accidents, right? We want to also move fast. And I think a lot of people want to reform the existing system, and I think that's great. Right? But I think we also need exit as a head. We need staff to establish new, right? You only have a company, IBM or something, and you wanted to move from enterprise to business, you had to lobby within IBM to change that. I think it would have very hard. So much better if you can start an Apple, start a Microsoft, and do better. So I'm talking about a sandbox. We can sort of, instead of a prohibitory approach to regulations, we can try a certificatory approach in this new city, and the world can watch and potentially incorporate what works. And it will be ideally decentralized and bottom up so that the will of the people can be satisfied. And this gives it legitimacy. The will of the people cannot be questioned by authoritarian urges. We've seen with the movie Dallas Buyers Club. I recommend it. We've seen the story about the HIV patients in the US coming together and trying to get drugs for themselves. And I think with a community, you get leverage. You can come together in physical space. You can have self-governance. You're autonomous, right? You can remove roadblocks to whatever the community puts their mind to. Because it's by the people, for the people. And the community also benefits from basic research. Economy can boom, benefits from the health of its citizens. Again, with this inverted pyramid, it becomes economically better. You don't spend so much on Medicare, and you also earn a lot more by people being healthy and in the workforce for longer and innovating. So VitaDAO is already a network union, as Balaji calls it, just online community of people coming together for a common goal. We're funding aging research and spinning out longevity biotech companies. We funded over 20 projects, deployed millions. We've kind of demonstrated that a lot of 10,000 community members can do a lot, but we're missing the latest stage. Like one of our projects is ready to spin out and go into humans as actual drugs. And this is VitaDAO kind of shows that not everyone needs to move to one location. You can have an archipelago, and more people contribute online, but some people might move to some places and so on. Cities haven't built before to get stuff done. We built Los Alamos, right, to get the manpower done. For the so the first experiment I worked on, you've all heard about Zuzalu, and it was in this direction of exploring building new cities and network states. It was initiated by Vitalik. I hope you've seen the previous. I thought to add some slides here. It was really wholesome. We kind of learned that vibes really matter. For me, it was life-changing. For a lot of people I hear, and quite inspiring. And what's relevant here for this longevity new city is that, you know, we in Zuzalu as well, we wanted to have these sort of healthy co-living as a base on top of the longevity biotech explorations and conference. So we were doing daily lunges and sometimes exercising, working out together, keeping out accountability, tracking our biomarkers, healthy food, having a healthy restaurant with our own menu. And we built a strong partnership with Montenegro. Both the former prime minister and new government visited and are talking to us. We're working on establishing a special economic zone basically there. But we're also looking at a bunch of other locations. So the shortlist is Honduras and Montenegro and Uruguay for now. Of course, I've also put Palau here. Well, let's explore that as well, and a bunch of other locations. So in January, we're gonna have Vitalia on the island of Roatan, this Caribbean paradise island, where Prospera already is. They're establishing a new city there. They're building a building that's going to open up soon. So we're going to be able to expand capacity potentially in their building as well. We already have there a bunch of biotech companies like Ministerial that do gene therapies very quickly at high safety standards, but much cheaper, much faster. A lot of things that can be enabled with being in a special jurisdiction like Prospera. So we want to learn from them. And so yeah, Vitalia is going to be from January 5th or 6th until March 1st, 8 weeks, around $3,000 per month for people that want to live in our accommodation, and assistance is available. So we're filtering for people that want to live longer. And I think everyone here has to think you have two options. You work on curing aging, or you work on a random side fun project. Option one, of course, you can do another one after. Option two, you're dead. So option one, you can keep doing them. So I think it's kind of worth looking into this, and I hope you can join me, and feel free to apply here. And if you have any questions, I'd love to take and discuss and decentralize this a bit. I cannot hear you. Let me mute myself.
Can you hear me? No?
Yes.
Yes, I was just like blown away by the new development of like license out to Italia. So in the interest of time, we will have one question for Lawrence from the audience because he's not here right now. So we want to have the opportunity to ask him questions. Anybody? We can perhaps explore establishing a special zone in Palau that allows longevity research. Maybe that can be the angle. Oh, he's gone. Okay.
No, he's still here.
He's still here. All right. Anybody? No. All right. Thank you, Lawrence.
Yeah.
We will keep in touch, and then we'll share your video. Have fun, everyone. All right.
Thanks.
So, yes. Bye. So now let's welcome the last speaker for the day, the closing speech. And we have the honor to have a very distinguished board of the
Well, hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Elaine for making it possible this conference, and of course Alan and everybody else who worked on it, Prakash, and particularly Elaine and Prakash for inviting me down here. It was a very last minute thing, but we made it happen. So can you hear me at the back?
Yes.
Yes.
Should I just speak? Right. So I don't know if I have a clicker or wave my hand. What's the metaphor?
Here.
Right.
Thank you.
While you're waiting for that, very interesting discussions in the day to day about all these special zones and SARS and all of that. And so I think what I'll be talking about now will probably give you some an understanding of where we stand globally on the whole idea of cryptocurrencies and Web3 innovations, and not just okay. Is this So, let's take a look at what happens. Just to give you some context, apart from the fact that I like hats, I also have obviously many hats, and I am on the Finland's National Metaverse Strategy Board, but I'm also in the World Economic Forum, the Forbes Tech Council, I work with the European Commission, Interpol. There's a whole bunch of different things. But we're going to focus this one on what governments are doing, what Finland is doing, but also globally what's going on in the world of blockchain, Web3 innovations and cryptocurrencies today, to give an example, to sort of set, where we are compared to where we want to go. And we heard some amazing presentations on where we can go. So first of all, and I think this is important to say, is that this feeling of doom and gloom, that there's a bear market and Web3 is not important anymore, crypto is dead, this is nonsense, right? For those of us who are involved in the funding side of things, the investment side of things, on how projects are happening, it is actually booming in terms of, it's just not very apparent. There's not a dry powder. $27.1 billion has not been deployed in the last 18 months. So that's $27 billion from VCs to be deployed in the next 18 months. So you can just figure out the opportunity there. But overall, in spite of this sort of slowdown, there's a bullish sentiment on Web3 in general. Last year, 16 to 18 billion in 2022, right? So that's a lot of money that was invested. And then you had, and it's not just in one area. So it's not just about NFTs. It's not just about infrastructure. You have DeFi has obviously benefited from that, and the gaming sector, but also centralized savings, etc. Right? So there is money, and money is being deployed, and innovation is happening. So that I think is the first step. Because if that wasn't happening, trust me, no government would care. No government wants to legislate or create regulation for something that doesn't matter. So this slide is super important to explain the fact that the reason why governments are legislating is because it does matter. And it will matter even more as we go into the next half of this decade. Okay. Do you mind? Thank you. So that, in a nutshell, is the start of investment that happened in H1 2022, and the figures in H2 2022 are not radically different because, of course, Mr. Sam Bankman, changed the world, so to speak, in terms of everybody saying, "Hold on, let's wait and watch what happens." So the figures from H1 are actually more relevant, and what you can see, what I want to point out to all of us here is that it's Asia, and when you say Asia, it's Asia, Southeast Pacific Asia, as well as Northeast and Southeast Asia. It's all of Asia that actually overrides Europe in terms of what the sort of investment is looking at. And a lot of that is going to Web3. So the momentum is here in this region, right? And you can see that from the dynamism of the region and from the different activities that are taking place. Next slide, please. Oh, you got it. No, thank you. So the key growth indicators, of course, institutional funds, retail investors, we have both of them in this room, Main Street retail, but clearly government support is super important. And you will see that today, for example, in the US, where the talking slide next on, the difference between government support compared to some other places, have made a huge difference in terms of where the money is flowing and where people are going. So why are we talking about special administrative zones and FTZs and SEZs? Because people with innovative ideas and capital want to move to places where the government or the environment supports the deployment of that without barriers. Right? And that's why all of that is important. So now let's look at what's happening around the world. So we'll start with the US. We can't say that Bitcoin was invented in the US. We can't obviously say that. But the US was at the forefront of the crypto movement earlier on. And today, we have a fragmented scenario. So different governments, different state level initiatives aimed at kind of regulating or regulating. In Wisconsin, for example, you have a bank where you can store your crypto, right? Nebraska as well. But on the national level, we have a guy who, can barely operate a mouse, and he doesn't know what security means, but he heads up the securities exchange regulation. So we've got both sides of this, right? And we've got some people in the Congress who barely can walk unaided, but they're telling you what money you should have in your pocket, right? It's the same. But that's the situation in the US right now. So overall, the picture's mixed. So I wouldn't bet on that as being a driver of growth in the crypto space in the next few years. South America is picking up. Brazil, we talked about some other countries as well, and Central South America. And this is a growth area, I think. There's much more to be done. But, yeah, and El Salvador obviously has set the threshold and sort of like the work we need to do. But overall, I think the institutional framework there is not as strong as in some other places, and therefore that affects how crypto regulation is taking place in South America at the moment. So it is an area to look out for, to keep a close eye on, but it's not there yet overall. Europe is very interesting because Europe obviously passed the MiCA, the Markets and Crypto Regulation, right? Act. I've been involved with that with my friends in the Parliament and the Commission. I would say it's work in progress. This is the first step. MiCA has to evolve to another level. But essentially today, you have an act in Europe which will be implemented in 2024, which means that a market will be created. A market-making act has happened. So we might not agree with all aspects of the act, and it does give a certain bias in terms of supporting non-custodial wallets. The self-custody is actually being supported, whereas exchanges will have more regulation, will have to check for many things. NFTs are kind of exempt, but you have to define what NFT is in a specific way. And asset-backed tokens, utility tokens are obviously useful and are supported. So it's going to set the market and it's going to actually allow a lot of capital to flow. So Europe started a bit late here. I was very cautious about all of this, but the MiCA or the MiCA, whichever way you pronounce it, it is actually, I would say, as important as GDPR was in the world of privacy, because it will be copied, it will be looked at as a standard, and it's going to go into implementation much faster than the others. But of course, UK is no longer in Europe, and so we decided to go there first. And so our act called the UK Travel Rules for Crypto gets implemented in 4 days' time, on the 1st of September, 2023. So for anybody who doesn't know that, or has a UK-based wallet, custodial wallet, or using an exchange, as of 1st of September 2023, there will be KYC. So you will, any exchange that facilitates a crypto transaction will have to look at both the data of the originator and the beneficiary and exchange that at the same time of the transaction, store it and make it available for AML and other regulatory concerns. So it's like a bank transaction, essentially. And plus there's a timeout clause. If you sell crypto to somebody, within 14 days, they can give it back to you and you have to pay them back, for example, right, in general. This is being set up by a organization that you haven't heard of, but you will hear of that. It's called FATF, okay? Financial Action Task Force. They are global, they are pretty powerful, and already the 35 jurisdictions around the world have implemented FATF rules, including the next one, and about 150 jurisdictions are looking at doing that. FATF is the new, you can call it the global SEC, but it's got regulation, it goes beyond just regulation. It can actually implement sub-national screen report, etc. Right? So the UK is implementing this quite fast. I think we haven't talked through it well enough. We just wanted to be ahead of the gate 6 months before the EU. I think that was the driving driving force behind that. And so this act is going to always get pushed back on, and we'll have a new government in about 2 years' time. It will not be the same party. So we will have a change in the outlook in how we do regulation. So I would bet on MICA more than you. Let's move to we saw some UAE, so obviously the IFC is there. Now we have the digital regulation, assets regulation in the UAE, which is quite interesting. I would say again, it's work in progress. The idea there is to encourage inward investment, but I think as the adoption grows, we will see some changes in that. So it's also not something new. If you look at China, obviously nothing. I'm talking purely about the mainland, not really about Hong Kong. We heard about Hong Kong before, but on the mainland, it has been technically illegal, but technically frozen. I would say illegal. You can still hold cryptocurrencies, and you can still trade outside exchanges through ABC. We can't do it inside, and exchanges outside can't provide services inside. But technically, it's sort of frozen, and so we'll see how that goes. It hasn't worked out the way the government wanted it to, so I think there's going to be some changes there. Russia, first of all, said won't do it. Now they're saying they will do it. Obviously, they need more liquidity in there, but I wouldn't bet on that either. What's very interesting is what happened in Singapore, which is obviously one of the most developed markets in the region. And the Monetary Authority has said no crypto, but yes to blockchain. Obviously, there are people like Prakash here to talk about it. And but I wouldn't bet on that changing anytime soon. I think I think that's going to be their direction, because again, Singapore is affected by FATF, and they don't want to be on the grey list of currency manipulators. That's a pretty serious list to be on. Other countries on that list include people like North Korea, so you don't want to be on the same list as that. So I think for Singapore, monetary stability, regulatory compliance is more important than allowing crypto economy. But they also support blockchain, and the MAS has just announced a new fund on attracting blockchain startups. India, the government tried to do something. It didn't really work out exactly the way they wanted that. The Supreme Court pushed back and said, no, banks have to support fiat to crypto conversions to some degree. I think in India, India is always been worried about what we call capital controls, but it's really about capital flight, conversion to dollars, essentially. And which is strange, because actually a lot of money from India is actually in Dubai, in dirhams, anymore. But that is a overriding concern, and so I think it's not a place where you would necessarily set up your next exchange or your next crypto company. South Korea, I think, has been doing pretty interesting things there. They moved into mandating CBDC certification. However, there was a pushback on that, and the Korea blockchain week starts tomorrow. It's an interesting market to look at. I will keep an eye open on that. And then Australia, obviously expecting the consultation is finished now, and now they're coming up with a law. So this gives you, and I think I have probably no more time left. This gives you an overview of where we stand globally today in terms of crypto regulations and regulations for blockchain regulation in general.
Thank you, Kumar. That was a very thorough talk, and then I am sure that a lot of the government officials and the community here definitely were interested in learning what other countries do. So, anybody has questions for Kumar?
Yeah.
Yes.
So speaking of all the governments, so speaking of all the different governments. So speaking of all the different governments, ministerial strategy, I wonder how you perceive the overall outlook of the governments of small countries compared to the large ones?
Excellent question. I didn't get your name. You want to introduce yourself? You want to introduce yourself? Like, we didn't get your name.
Oh, my name is Yaksen.
So, Yaksen, thank you very much for that question. It's an excellent question, and I think it's the crux of where all this is going. I feel right now we have two types of governments, so to speak, categories in the crypto world when it comes to the blockchain, Web3 world innovations. You've got the more established nations, the larger nations, which are worried about the impact of crypto and blockchain more as a disruptor for the financial side of things. They're finally generating jobs and generating companies and GDP, but they don't want the financial infrastructure of the banks disrupted. And the US is leading that effect by trying to do enforcement through, trying to do regulation by enforcement, which is always a bad idea. And UK is also sort of following suit, EU sort of in the middle ground. But I think overall, if you look at the West in general, there and the North in general, I think the attitude is more like this is a risk rather than this is an innovation. Okay, so this is still where we are overall. The smaller nations, I think, have understood that this can be a game changer. And you don't have to be necessarily Singapore, or you don't have to be necessarily Taiwan or Hong Kong. You don't have to necessarily be in the top 20 or the top 50 economies list to be able to make a significant difference to your local economy and to your trade balance by allowing for blockchain and crypto innovation to happen. And I think in general, what I'm seeing globally is a lot more openness. So if I go to a number of different forums where this discussion is happening, you will see smaller states saying, hey, we want to attract crypto and blockchain entrepreneurs, and we want to make things available and possible for them to do, and also live in our countries and generate that jobs and growth. And I think that's actually the right approach. And I would bet on smaller countries at the next frontier of crypto and blockchain based growth, and not so much on the older established nations. Thank you.
That is excellent. Thank you so much.
So we still can have one more question before we have an open mic section for all the Palauan community to give feedback for the first day. So just one more question.
Yes, yes.
Right here. Hi, I'm Joe John. The question is, you mentioned something about a regulatory body called FAT, sort of like an SEC. How is that body made up? Was it like our SEC, which is, okay, all right, how was it made up?
So, John, a great question. FATF is the Financial Action Task Force. I think the best way to answer how they're made up, have looked at their website, is very comprehensive. But essentially, think of it as a global cooperative body like Interpol, which allows national authorities to come together and define AML, KYC, but more importantly, monitoring and tracking rules that are then implemented globally. So you can actually track. So this is for most transactions in the world. I mean, you're looking at 90% of transactions are typically within a particular domain. So you transactions in the EU, they follow SEPA rules. In SEPA, everything is recorded in SEPA. For example, UK faster payment system, but again, everything's recorded, right? US has multiple systems to record, and the banks keep even digital paper records in some cases, community banks, right? But when you go global and you're looking at a transaction with the originator in 2 or 4 countries and a beneficiary across 2 or 3 jurisdictions, then you need to have global tracking. And that is not in place yet. And so FATF is essentially set up as a task force to create that global infrastructure, which means that if you exchange Bitcoin with somebody here, we'll track it all the way to their home country and to whichever tax jurisdictions. I can tell you they're far away from there at the moment, and they're pushing for it, but it's voluntary. So nations don't have to adopt. It's not an UN backed mandate, so there's no nations don't really have to do that. But ultimately, I think it will become the center for a lot of the digital asset tracking and monitoring for AML and for KYC uses.
Thank you, Mark, and here with us for the entire weekend. So ask some questions anytime you see him. So I guess now we conclude the first day of our first Palau Blockchain Summit. Ooh, this is a new governance track. We have heard about decentralized governance of communities. We have heard about new cities and charter zones. We have heard about all kinds of exciting stuff that Palau is doing as well. CBDC, everything. So, the end of the first day. So then Alan and I, we would like to ask the community in the Palau, Palauans here. I was told to stand on the stage, stand in the middle, so that the camera can get closer to the screen, right? So we would like to welcome or invite Palauan communities or government officials who are still here to give us your feedback on the first day of our summit. Because I believe, well, not just I believe, everybody believes Web3 is all about communities, and it's not about us curating content to you. We want to hear what you think about it.
Thank you. Hey, let's give a round of applause for Elaine for a great job today. really, we have to manage all these incredible speakers, and thank you, Kumar. That's a really great presentation. We only have one member of Congress with us, as you know, a lot of them were here in the morning. And I just really want to recognize him for staying with us for the whole day. It's my pleasure to recognize Delegate Talay. He's in the House of Delegates, but he's also the chairman of the Banking and Finance Committee. And he has told me that he's very inspired by our conference and really looks forward to receiving proposals, draft legislation. He believes in the vision. And also with us, I really want to recognize one other gentleman and a colleague, Mr. Santi Asanuma. Santi is the Postmaster General of Palau. He also holds some traditional titles here in Palau. But I'm so happy he brought his senior business students that have been with us all day. May they please stand up and be recognized for being with us all today. The senior class of Business High School. I think they have decided to name that their future career is going to be in the blockchain, right? Some new opportunity. So we don't have much questions, but I would like to ask Mr. Asanuma to come to the stage and just share his sentiment about how he feels on behalf of the Palauan community of what's happening today, tomorrow, and the whole event. But before Santi Asanuma comes, we have a very rare Palauan. His name is Ludong back there. Could you please stand up? Yeah, I call him rare because we don't have many Palauan citizens who are certified coders. And he is one of the pride and joy of Palau. We call him a nerd because he does a lot of time on the computer, but he is a professional coder and he's very inspired as well. So we thank him for joining us the whole day. May I call upon Mr. Asanuma to come and on behalf of the Palauans that have attended today, just say a few words, please, Mr. Asanuma.
Thank you, Alan. This is a very, very exciting time for us. This is a once in a lifetime for Palauans to see the transition from the conventional to the reality of technology. I'm a teacher of sociology, and one of the things that we discuss is the interactions of people in the society. And all of the things that being said here is really, really exciting. My students have been here. This is more exciting than my lectures. And my lecture is only 50 minutes and they lose interest. But this is so incredible for us to be speaking on how the human societies will be interacting and transacting their lives, not just now, today, but in many, many years, 50 years, 100 years to come. And I think Palauans are very much aware that if we do not get on this boat of technological advancement, we will miss out. We're small, and we need this technological connectivity for us to be with the whole world to move forward. And Alan, we are so impressed with this summit. We hope some of these innovations will really become realities in our lifetime. And some of them we're beginning to see it in Palau. So once again, Alan, we thank you very much, and we will look forward to tomorrow and more interactions in this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asanuma, Postmaster General. Oh, by the way, just so that you know, Santi was telling me something very unique. He's the postmaster and we have post office boxes, but he is now creating the first digital post office box for the post office. So all those digital residences will have a physical address here, all digital. Let's give him a round of applause for that, Winter. Right? Guys, we have to end, Elaine, I'm sorry, because we have to catch the boat to meet the president at the quarry, and we don't want to be late. But I also want to recognize Miss Oyal, who's sitting here with us today. She's the press secretary of the president of Palau, and she's been with us all day, and we want to thank her. We also want to thank Joe John Montanona, who's the advisor to the Guam legislature, who has joined us as well. So if you don't mind, can we call it a day for today? But before we do, let's give a round of applause to the students. Can you stand up again? Or no, let's ask them to name all the students and their teachers to come and take a picture here as a memory of this event, okay? Delegate, so all the students and the chairman of the House Banking Committee are coming upstairs, up to the stage. We can take a picture of them to memorialize today. If any one of the speakers want to join the students, you're welcome to get on the stage.
Yes, please. The speakers.
Anyone want to join them, please? This is history. Right, this camera, 1, 2, 3. This guy behind. There you go. Just stand to the side. Just ready? 1, 2, 3. All right.
Ready for the Postmaster General? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I want to take a photo to see God, yeah, so funny.